Never mind. Never mind. Hold on. Technical difficulties. We got technical difficulties going on right now, folks. We're gonna work it out. We're gonna work it all out right now. Thank you for your patience, folks. Thank you very much. Come on now. There we go. It's so weird. It was working just fine before. Anyways. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is with a heavy heart that I, Aiden Linden, am here to announce to you all that due to significant cutting from the Department of Government Efficiency, Aiden Linden will not be having any pre-show banter today. The pre-show banter segment has officially been cut back. Sorry for this announcement, ladies and gentlemen. No, anyways, how's everybody doing today? I'll do one real quick. Achilles being real funny out here in the side chat. I'm not gonna be able to post them right now because it's gonna disrupt the very delicate balance of segments that I've structured together. The more that you structure together on Restream prior to actually doing your live stream, by the way, the more delicate that giant Jenga tower really is that you've built up for yourself. Anyways, Dean comes in and he just shuts his mouth and he hits probably the dislike button. Dude, cut the intro. There'll be no time for segment 5.23. Dude, cut the intro. There will be no time for segment 5.2356.b. Great words of wisdom and sanity last night, Dean. Why? What happened last night? What was going on? I'm sure that I have no doubt that Dean was the voice of reason on one of those streams. He tends to be a pretty reasonable guy. Now I'm curious as to what he did, though. In any case, though, I am going to go on to our first segment now. I've just got to say, this is going to be a little interesting shakeup in the Trump without Trump paradigm. It's going to be the same kind of segment, but you'll see how it's different in just a moment here, ladies and gentlemen. I think you'll find it to be quite intriguing.
It's Melania without Melania. You won't have to listen to her voice or see her husband's face. This quote is unedited and 100% accurate. This is from a Women's History Month event on March 12th, 2026. These are the words of the First Lady of the United States of America. As a visionary, I know success is not born overnight, but rather take shape after a long and sometimes challenging process, often alone at the top. I follow my passion, listen to my instinct, and always maintain a laser focus. In solitude, my creative mind dances, filling my imagination with originality. Attention to detail, demanding schedules, and multitasking everyday realities. When building toward success, the principle resonates across all my roles as a mother, humanitarian, philanthropist, and entrepreneur, as well as with my new film, where I shaped its creative direction, served as a producer, managed post-production, and activated the marketing campaign. Curiosity is a...
Hold on. Gonna hit the brakes really hard on that really quick. You activated the marketing campaign, Melania? Was the marketing campaign was it like Cybertron in the Transformers universe? The marketing campaign, it was there, it was dead, and then I went to it, and then I activated the market campaign. It was very good, it very true, and also very nice as well. Like, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that, ma'am? Excuse me. Hold on a second.
core value that keeps me ahead of the curve. Curiosity begets knowledge, opening doors to ideas and industry that I have otherwise overlooked. This unrestricted mindset has led me to build across very different sectors: fashion, digital, assets, publishing, accessories, skincare, commercial television, and of course, filmmaking. The lessons I learned when launching my earliest ventures, such as how to build a brand, create superior product design, and activate an advertising campaign, remains just as relevant today. Markets evolve, the technologies change, but the fundamentals of a thoughtful leadership and continuous learning are everlasting. To all of the young women entrepreneurs and future leaders, make time for yourself. Educate yourself daily and spread your passion. Be courageous and take risks. Advance your profession through inspiration. Be a bold chief executive while keeping your family. If you do so at the center of your nation.
While keeping your what do you mean by while keeping your family? Are you going to lose it? Are you like in the middle of a Target? Just like going around, and next thing you know, you're oh, whoopsie daisy, lost my kid. He ran into the proverbial rack of clothing, and now I can't find him because I'm too busy doing business. Like, what is this? Like, it just reads. Hold on, let me go back a little bit and just show you exactly what I mean before I even express it. Hold on.
As a visionary, I know success is not born overnight, but rather take shape after a long and sometimes challenging process.
Like this, okay, I don't even have to watch too much more at this point. This literally reads like a low tier, let me just type into Chat GPT really quick. How many platitudes can I pack into a job interview? Because that's really what this reads as. This reads as some like 14-year-old kid who's going to the department store, and they just throw into Chat GPT, make me the biggest and baddest and bestest job interview script that tells them that I am the best at everything and also amazing. Like, this is just so fucking laden with gobbledygook, nothing burger nonsense. She's the least popular first lady in U.S. history. Yeah, I mean, can you fucking... It's really not surprising. It's really not. When she's up here saying shit like this, and she's got to have Trump, like, flanking her over on the side. You know what that reads as? You know what that... Like, the fact that Trump's got to stand right, like, a few feet away It's like that Brett Keane video back in the day. I know, the inevitable Brett Keane mention on the Aiden Linden YouTube channel. But if you look back in the day, Brett had a video on his channel where he was talking about the domestic abuse situation that was going on in my household. And he had Dawn there. Or sorry, Dawn. Dawn. He had Dawn there. And she was sitting there talking about that. She's sitting there and she was talking about the domestic situation. And she's talking all about it, and literally just like this, Brett is just like flanking her at a short distance, just like staring at her with this like, you say the wrong fucking thing, bitch, and this camera's gonna go off. I'm just gonna tell you that right now. Like, it just reads as like, don't you worry, Melania. You say the wrong thing, then we're gonna find out what you really made. Like, it's just really weird. It just, I don't know. It's got a really weird vibe to it. That's all I'm trying to say. That's all I'm trying to say. But he wasn't there when she talked about the files. I wonder what Brett's opinion on the fucking Epstein files are. I'm sure he's expressed it somewhere. But I'll tell you what, man. I've looked. And as soon as I'm able to find it before he inevitably fucking deletes it and get, like, either myself or somebody else to record it on OBS in the situation, I want to know what Brett Keane's opinion on the Epstein situation is. Or if it was, you know, maybe he knows about something about that particular situation that we don't. I don't know. We'll find out. He didn't support her on that one, I guess. Brett also has some weird videos with another woman. Yes! That's correct, Big Bad Mama. That's some deep Brett Keane lore right there that you just tapped into. That woman's name was Bonacy. Yeah, you had Bonacy in the particular situation, lying up in his bed. He might have even shared some of that chili, no cheese, with her, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, that was right around the era where him and Dorn were on the rocks. Where, according to his story, some evil stepmother like tore them apart and tore away their ability to see each other. Whereas in reality, if you look at the actual publicly available criminal record that Brett Keane has, Dawn and that stepmother both filed, and his own mother, all filed restraining orders against Brett. Imagine getting a restraining order filed against you by your own fucking mother. Did you wash your eyes after watching that, BB? Yeah, I mean, it's just really weird in a lot of regards. Like, that house that they were living, don't get me wrong, I've lived in some pretty shitty digs, especially early on in my life. But I've never lived in situations that were so bad that there were, like, holes in the wall. Shit was, like, crumbling around me. You know, the fucking house in that video, dude, holy shit, that was bad. That was really bad. Anyways, I totally got sidetracked off of what we were doing. Sorry. That was Melania without Melania, ladies and gentlemen. The very first one. Now, I have this pulled, and I'll tell you what, I wanted to pull a full segment of it, but this was all I was able to find in the short term. But it's pretty good. All on its lonesome. Let's take a look at this.
I don't think it gets much more hostile than Iran. They're capable fighters. They're very tough people. And there are others like that. You don't mind when the enemy is weak, but that enemy is strong. Not so strong like they were about a month ago, I can tell you. In fact, right now, they're not too strong at all, in my opinion, but we're soon going to find out, aren't we? And I don't think...
He's sitting there with the fucking Easter Bunny right next to him. Donald Trump, the President of the United States, is sitting there addressing the nation on Easter Sunday. He's got a whole bunch of kids there for the Easter egg rolling, right? And flanked by the Easter Bunny, he's talking about, you know, the Iranians, they're not very tough at all. They're not very tough at all. We basically bombed them into oblivion when you really think about it. It's nothing but a giant parking lot there at this point. They're all dead. The Easter Bunny is just sitting there right next to him. Oh, shit. You know what's funny? I think it was either last year or his last term at some point. But on one of these Easters, he had somebody that he was like really pissed off at in the Easter Bunny outfit. Who the fuck was that? Big Bad Mama, if you're out there, Could you do some real quick investigative journalism and tell me? Because I swear to God, one of Trump's like actual creative punishments outside of the Rubio shoe scandal, which I already brought up on one of my previous shows, that are just genuinely funny, is the fact that I'm 99% sure that he got somebody to fucking dress up, like somebody in politics that's pretty prominent, to dress up in the fucking Easter Bunny costume during the Easter ceremony, which I think is pretty hilarious, all things considered, actually. But it's all about Jesus. I know, right, Achilles? But one of the things that I didn't pull was he was literally sitting around a whole bunch of kids during, like, the egg painting and the egg roll. Because all presidents are supposed to do that. And I swear I have to pull it for my next show, because otherwise there's going to be people in the audience that haven't seen it that won't believe me. But he unironically talks about, Joe Biden with the auto pen. He was there with the auto pen. You don't know it, kids. You might not know it, but he was there with that auto pen. And he was signing all sorts of things. Just like, what? What are you talking about right now, dude? You're literally around a whole bunch of kids for fucking Easter, and this is what you want to talk about? People talk about Trump derangement syndrome, but I don't think that anybody has a more thorough case of Trump derangement syndrome when it just comes to being obsessed with the Donald Trump. Nobody has it worse than Trump himself. Because that's all narcissists, isn't it? There really is. Like, there's not a single person on the planet who I can think of that's more narcissistic than this guy. And when it comes to any one of those narcissists, the biggest, most important person in their world, most paramount person beyond anybody else, is always going to be them. So yeah, I think Trump is definitely the person that has the worst case of Trump derangement syndrome. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we've got some more breaking news for you. And I just think that this clip here, it's very beautiful. So the sentiments of it are quite nice. Let's take a look at what they have to say. Astronauts reflect on Artemis 2 trip from USA Today. Let's have a listen to what they have to say.
This sense of teamwork is something that you don't usually get, like, as an adult. I mean, we are close, like, brothers and sisters. 100%. And that is a privilege we will never have again.
NASA astronauts are heading home and highlighting what made the Artemis 2 something or another. I didn't read it fast enough.
This program brings an international collaboration, sets big goals, and doesn't just talk about them, but goes after them and gets it done.
Yeah, from
NASA astronauts, these people, along with Canadian astronauts, somebody or another, became the farthest traveling humans in history after flying around the far side of the moon.
This whole thing is a package. We can't explore deeper unless we are doing a few things that are inconvenient, unless we're making a few sacrifices, unless we're taking a few risks, and those things are all worth it.
There's so much data that you've seen already, but all the good stuff is coming back with us. There's so many more pictures, so many more stories, and gosh, I haven't even begun to process what we've been through. I can tell you it's a lot, and lifelong memories. I'm going to be thinking about and talking about all of these things for the rest of my life, for sure.
Wow.
Whether it's in Canada, the United States.
I just think that this video right here in general, I'm not gonna reflect on it for too long. But isn't this such a beautiful thing? They're talking about a very deeply moving experience they had in their life. What kind of article did you pull, Aiden? I thought this was like the silly segment at the beginning of the show. Well, this is attached to an article called Artemis 2, Don't Fret Over Number 2. Charmin offers years' supply of toilet paper. And don't get me wrong, is it a blatant marketing stunt from Charmin to try and get some fucking hype off of this mission? Obviously. That's obviously what's going on here. But I just find the comedy of having a video that's like deeply moving about these people's personal experiences attached to a fucking article about space poop. and about the fucking experience they had with the space poop, you know? I just find that to be extremely funny, as far as I'm concerned. There's also a clip of Trump telling the kids about Biden's auto. But yeah, that's what I was just talking about, Big Bad Mama. Yeah, I've got to pull that for one of my shows. But anyways, let's read this article, all right, ladies and gentlemen. This might just be... I might be able to find future articles about the space poop, okay? That might happen. But as of right now, this might just be, ladies and gentlemen, the close to the very short but very... I wouldn't call it bittersweet. The bitter stinky saga that was the space poop coverage on this channel. Let's take a look. Sharman wants to ensure the Artemis 2 crew never has issues going number 2. In an April 9th Instagram post, Sharman shared that it will provide each of the 4 Artemis 2 crew members with a year's supply of toilet paper upon their return to Earth. To our moon mission crew, we're sorry to hear your mission included some unexpected turbulence in the bathroom department. But don't worry. We'll be ready for your return with a year's supply of Charmin to ensure a smooth land. By the way, everybody, this stream is sponsored by Charmin. Aiden needs an ad blocker, by the way. I know. No, I think I did have one, but I think that I wasn't able to open the article without the ad blocker. It was like, you need to close the ad blocker, otherwise you won't be able to read the space poop article. It's like, fine. I'll close the stupid fucking thing. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, if any of you right now are enjoying the stream so far, please drop a like on the stream. It would be much appreciated. And with that being said, let's keep going. We'll be ready for your return with a year's supply of Charmin to ensure a smooth landing for the next time you launch one. After all, every move deserves to enjoy the go, the Instagram post reads. It's pretty funny. It's pretty fucking funny. The Artemis 2 crew, made up of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen, launched in the Orion spacecraft from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida on April 1st. The crew has traveled farther from Earth than any other humans. The Orion capsule is expected to land... Yeah, we already actually had that land, thankfully. I ended up coming back safely. Why is Charmin offering free toilet paper? For branding. It's for publicity, obviously. I mean, like, if that's not the reason why they state it, then... I mean, and also, come on, guys. Like, a fucking year's supply? Hold on. Before we close the book on that shit, quite literally, a year's supply, Charmin? These guys risked life and limb. They fucking flew further than any people prior to them in human history. They ventured further from our little pale blue dot. And the best that you have to offer them is a fucking year's supply. It's probably not even the 3-ply either. You could give them the 3-ply, but you're probably fucking stingy and giving them the 2-ply, you fucking bastards. I can't believe it. I really can't. You guys, like, this, if this isn't an example of corporate greed, I don't know what is. A year's supply of toilet paper. Get the fuck out of here, Charmin. Come on now. Now, I cut that short because I thought that they might be playing the next clip that I had ready to go for the stream. This was the this was the next thing that I had ready to go, and it reads, Artemis 2 talking to Canada's Prime Minister versus the current U.S. president, by the way.
I'll take that as a yes.
like fucking Mark Carney. I'll give him this, all right? He may be a piece of shit, but he had Artemis 2 rolling in the aisles, all right? Mark Carney had fucking jokes on deck, all right? And say what you will, all right? That's political capital right there. That's points on the international stage. Canada's Prime Minister got the 3 of the 4 American crew members to bust up laughing. Meanwhile, the President of the United States got over a minute of dead quiet air that I got some of the worst secondhand embarrassment I've ever experienced in my entire life from. All right, good job, Canada. That was a good little diplomatic coup you just pulled off there. I can appreciate that. All right, our next segment. We got this that I randomly came across. Big Bad Mama says in the side chat, can we get Bruce on here? Talk about the Eucharist? I know. Let's just talk about the same things that we've already talked about 23,000 times before. Am I right? Now, be that as it may, let's take a look at our next segment here. I came across this during my regular scrolling on the interwebs, and I thought it was pretty fucking funny. It says, "Eat shit, Michael Jordan, you broke bitch." And we have here an all-time list of the top 5 highest paid athletes in human history. Just period, that we have any information for. And you got some pretty good ones here. You got Jack Nicklaus. He made 1.2 billion. Arnold Palmer, 1.4. Tiger Woods, I gotta be honest, the first one that I actually know the name of, $1.7 billion. Then you got Michael Jordan at the very top, just barely edging it out over Tiger Woods. We got $1.85 billion. And keep in mind that a lot of those earnings for both Tiger Woods and Michael Jordan are coming from things exterior to the sport itself, right? They're licensing their names out. With Tiger Woods, he licensed his name out for a lot of video games. Same with Michael Jordan, but he also had a really good deal with Nike on his Air Jordan brand, one of the first people in athletic history to actually make, well, at least American athletic history, to make such an advantageous deal. But then you got at the very top here, Gaius Apuleius Diocles, who tops the fucking chart far and away, the Mansa Musa of the sporting world, with 15 billion fucking dollars. This guy had a higher net worth than the current most powerful guy on the planet. And he got it from chariot racing. What a pimp. Like, what a fucking pimp. Look at him over there on the side, by the way, working it like the fucking champ that he is. I'm not gonna lie to you, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's fucking... Like, let's be real. Michael Jordan, pretty good guy, good athlete. Tiger Woods, piece of shit, but good athlete. He's good at his sport. He's good at whacking a ball down a fairway. I'll give him that much. But then, really, how much risk do either of those guys take when they play their sport? I don't think they take much of any fucking risk at all, you know? When you look at this guy, I mean, look up any one of you in the audience. I wouldn't be able to play it on this show because then I'll get like copyright struck or whatever. But look up the chariot racing scene from a movie like Ben-Hur, or just chariot racing scene. Most movies, Ben-Hur is probably one of the most accurate. But there's some really good portrayals of what ancient chariot racing used to look like, and that shit was fucking intense. If you think sports like fucking like Formula 1 or NASCAR are intense because they're going really fast, fuck no, dude. People like this guy were at way higher risk of dying doing their sport. Because usually they were going to be driving a team of either 2 to 4 horses, which is way more difficult than working a fucking car. And he also, I'm pretty sure this guy had like a 24-year, 25-year long career. So way longer of a career doing a way more strenuous sport. I say he fucking earned the 15 bill. As far as I'm concerned. Like, good on you, bro. Anyways, to cap off our silly segment, we've got a truly silly video coming up, ladies and gentlemen. For the 5 people that are still around right now, you're in for a treat. The Aiden Linden loyalists that are still here. Let's take a look at Neil the Seal. The one and only, ladies and gentlemen.
This seal is such a menace that he routinely gets the cops called on him. Introducing our protagonist, Neil the Seal, a 600-kilo absolute unit of a southern elephant seal from my home state of Tasmania in the land down under, who is known for, above all else, being an absolute fucking menace to polite society. But despite his crimes, we all still truly love him. But what are his crimes? Well, see, he seems to just fucking hate traffic cones and road safety in general, has regularly been caught trespassing, and then once he has been caught trespassing, belligerently screaming at locals because they won't give him his fucking fish.
You know what? I think Buddhism is real. I'm just putting that out there. I think Buddhism is real. I think reincarnation is real. I think that while this gentleman here hasn't quite reached nirvana yet, he's still on the cycle of samsara. Make no mistake. But I think he's a lot closer to nirvana than people like me or you, Big Bad Mama. I'm sorry to say. But Neil the Seal, I mean, I'm sorry, but maybe, just maybe, if there was one thing the Buddhists got wrong, it was that, humanity is one of the closest steps. I think this guy is a hell of a lot closer.
And has been known to just block roads by plopping his fat ass down directly in the middle of them. However, hands down, the funniest shit he has ever done was just straight stopping this random lady from going to work. I shit you not. This motherfucker crawled out of the ocean, up the beach, crossed the road, absolutely fucking bodied this woman's poor letterbox, and then proceeded to plant himself directly in front of her fucking car. She was then unable to go to work because this half-ton beefcake was camping her driveway for so damn long. Local news had time to drive out to her house and cover the fucking story. Now, this is a lot of menace for a single seal to cause, but the funniest part of this is, old mate isn't even fully grown. He's like 5 years old. If you think he can fuck things up now, wait until he's nearly 2 solid-ass tons of blubber and takes issue with the wall of your house. I do not think that seal damage is covered on my fucking insurance plan, dude.
He hasn't even reached his full power yet, ladies and gentlemen. Neil the Seal is in trading. Alright? You think that the antics that you saw right there, you think that's the full extent of Neil's capabilities? I don't fucking think so. No. In reality, Neil has only reached a small percentage of his full potential, ladies and gentlemen. And with that being said, let's move on to our next segment. Thank you very much, Neil the Seal, for playing us out of our silly segment. Now, this isn't actually going to go right into politics, or at least strictly into conventional politics. We got plenty of segments for that coming up, and don't you worry, ladies and gentlemen. But this next one that we've got here is going to show you exactly what I mean when I say that these gender roles that we have, these ideas, is getting too much socialism. I mean, look, I don't think he's getting enough, Skate. Alright, I'm sorry, Skate. You may think that he's getting too much. I don't think he's getting enough. Because he hasn't reached his full potential yet. But anyways, these gender roles, these ideas that, oh, I'm a guy, so I have to wear this thing. Oh, I'm a woman, so I have to do this thing. Like, these things that we think are so fucking rigid in society and have always been the case. It's not the case at all. And I have one example coming up for men first, and then for women. Let's take a look.
I mean, they pulled out this, you'd probably think they were a little bit strange.
Hold on. Let's go back to the very beginning.
If you asked someone the time and they pulled out this, you'd probably think they were a little bit strange. But go back to the early 1900s, and anybody telling time with a wristwatch, particularly a man, would have been seen as downright outlandish. Utterly embarrassing. So, when did all that change? Throughout the 19th century, there was numerous accounts of wristwatches being made for ladies, particularly high-end pieces for the aristocracy. But it wasn't until the turn of the century when Brazilian aviation pioneer Alberto Santos Dumont asked his friend Louis Cartier to make him a wristwatch, something that he could use to tell the time while piloting his dirigible dirigible or one of his other weird flying instruments without having to take his hand off the steering wheel. And so both the first men's wristwatch and pilot's watch was created with the Cartier Santos Dumont, which is still on sale today. While Cartier's early men's wristwatches did have some commercial success among the rich aristocrats, wearing a watch on your wrist was seen as effeminate and downright embarrassing for 99% of the population, and that wouldn't change without necessity. World War I's trench warfare introduced a new unprecedented pace of combat, requiring new levels of timing and precision. The 2 seconds it took to pull out your pocket watch could mean your life, and the soldiers' solution was soldering wire lugs onto their pocket watches and strapping them to their wrist. This practice had been observed as early as the Boer War, but didn't really take hold until World War I, when you had hundreds of thousands.
Now, I will just say one thing. I think that this explanation that is provided in this short is half true. I think that while it is true that having a wristwatch in a scenario like the First World War, where yes, indeed, having just a couple of seconds be off from the rest of the other platoons that you have about to make a charge over the top, if you don't coordinate that properly, that can be the difference between life and death. However, that was the case for other wars prior to that. Trench warfare, while being utilized widely in the First World War, was not exclusively used in that war. It was also used in the Boer War. It was also used to a limited extent in the Franco-Prussian War. It was used in the Crimean War. So the idea that, oh, well, they only started wearing it due to the conditions of World War I think that that's half true, because I think that by World War I, watches had advanced to the point where they could actually be worn in a battlefield setting without constantly breaking down. And I think it was the First World War that specifically allowed men to start wearing it in a socially acceptable setting. Because that's how gender roles are always broken down throughout human history. It's always broken down by this quote-unquote necessity that in reality is just window dressing that allows a wider group of people outside of those initial adopters to begin to actually express that same kind of style. The same goes for this. I think that while the First World War was definitely a place where you would be advantaged having a wristwatch, I think it was also in large part a convenient excuse for men to begin adopting them en masse, because it began to be viewed as something as acceptable for men to wear.
Even millions of soldiers doing this, often adding other modifications like a metal cage over the glass to prevent it from shattering. And in 1918, when troops started to return home, they brought along with them a newfound machismo associated with the wristwatch. And with that, the pocket watch faded into obscurity, and the rest was history. As always, please let me know your thoughts on the subject, and thanks for watching. If you ask...
So, we have that example for men. Let's take a look at an example for women. Now, some people in the audience may already be aware of this, but this is something that I was only made aware of a few years ago. But let's take a look. Torches of Freedom. How tobacco companies seduced women. You've come a long way, baby, but you never advanced feminism. In 1929, George W. Hill, president of the American Tobacco Company, called his public relations guru, Edward Bernays, into his office and demanded answers. Although short in stature, Hill was tall in presence. As he spoke, the fishhooks dangling from the brim of his Stetson hat shook with each word. Hill had one question for Bernays. How can we get women to smoke on the street? If anyone could solve this thorny dilemma, it was Bernays. Years earlier, he launched a campaign for Lucky Strike cigarettes, chastising women to end their meals with a cigarette instead of dessert. Reach for a Lucky instead of a sweet became the standard fat-shaming advice of the 1920s. And it worked. In 1923, women consumed 5% of cigarettes. By 1929, that number rose to 12%. To keep a slender figure, no one can deny, reach for a Lucky instead of a sweet. Lucky strike. It's toasted. However, in the 1920s, smoking was still considered improper for women. Only prostitutes, showgirls, and fallen women smoked. Of course, that stigma didn't stop many 1920s socialites from flaunting convention. When Teddy Roosevelt forbade his daughter Alice to smoke in the White House, she simply moved her rebellious antics to the rooftop. Bernays had branded smoking as the perfect weight loss solution. You know, that's pretty true when you really think about it, right? All you need to do, instead of eating something that's actually like going to make you feel nice, all you need to do is ingest a bunch of poison directly into your lungs. Just spark up a fucking death stick, puff it down, and next thing you know, you'll be slimming down in no time. It's like, yeah, because you got shit like fucking arsenic in that. Like, no shit that's going to fucking have a bunch of fucking adverse effects. But I guess in an age where having a very specific figure was literally everything for a woman's social status, it was probably something that was viewed as somewhat appealing. What a great time. Just ingest a bunch of poison, and next thing you know, you'll be slim in no time. When Teddy Roosevelt forbade his daughter Alice to smoke in the White House, she simply moved her rebellious antics to the rooftop. Bernays had branded smoking as the... Oh, I already read this part. Lighting the torch. As the nephew of Sigmund Freud, Bernays knew what women wanted. A phallic-shaped object symbolizing freedom from repression. If women could finally vote, why shouldn't they be able to smoke like the men? So Bernays consulted with psychoanalyst and Freudian fanboy A.A. Brill. Brill devised a clever rebranding of cigarettes that targeted wayward suffragists and flappers. Instead of calling them cigarettes, he renamed them Torches of Freedom, thereby cleverly equating smoking with the women's movement. And there you go. We've got examples for both men and women throughout human history. And isn't it crazy how, for both examples, who actually benefits in the long run from an expanded market? You know? Who benefit? Which group of people, besides obviously those that gain the benefit of being able to tell the time, I'll give them that. When it comes to having a watch, as long as you don't have one of those radium-coated watches that were somewhat prevalent back then, that would, like, irradiate the shit out of you, chances are that that watch isn't going to, like, kill you. Like a cigarette is going to kill you. So perhaps my example for men isn't directly equivalent, but they are equivalent in the fact that in both examples, what was first equated as, oh wow, we're really crossing boundaries and we're giving men the opportunity to have something that they didn't before, or we're giving women the opportunity to have something they didn't before. It was ultimately for the profit of the businesses of the people who are selling those products. So while it's important to advocate for movements like feminism and women's suffrage and the right to vote, it's also important to keep in mind the cynicism that existed behind movements like that was largely propagated by corporations. The same way that there are many corporations nowadays who will claim, oh, we're pro-gay, we're pro-LGBT. We'll have the Pride banner up on our profile for Pride Month. But then you look at their, like, Middle Eastern versions of their accounts, you know, or the Chinese version of their accounts. And there's nothing like that to be found. And you know what the crazy thing is when it comes to that shit? Is you'll find a lot of right-wingers posting that shit, right? You'll find a lot of people right of center posting examples of that, of, like, game companies or movie companies or major publishers, like all of these big movers as far as like media is concerned in society being pro-LGBT in the West, but not doing that in the East. And I'll try to point to that as like an example of like, see, this is how woke is just a bunch of bullshit. And it's like, do you not realize that what you're pointing out is just rank corporatism? It's just rank, like, it's just cold calculating fucking reptilian level. We will make 0.87% more in this market if we have the LGBT flag up on the profile. Like, that's all that it is. It's just Ferengi level fucking calculus that goes into the support or lack thereof when these major companies or corporations start backing these movements. So I just find it so weird that these people that simultaneously support the idea that, yeah, these giant mega corporations should be around to fuck us up the ass, those very same people will point to the weird corporatist fucking calculus that goes into that shit and say, yeah, that's an example of anti-woke. And it's like, okay, well, which side of the fucking political spectrum is actually funding these fucking movements? When you actually look into it, I'm pretty sure that it's people on the right that are funding these fucking movements. People on the right. And I'm not talking about feminism when it comes to funding those things. I'm talking about a corporation's representation of feminism. It's people that are right of center that are in charge of all these mega corporations. Last I fucking checked. But hey... We're going to act like it's somehow either bipartisan or something that's largely on the left. Okay. Whatever you say. Anyways, moving into our next segment, we have got emotional Alex Jones sounds alarm on Trump's failing health. Now, this was published on April 1st, 2026, or at least it was updated on April 1st. So this is kind of the first piece of a timeline, a 3 or 4 part timeline that's been constructed here for this particular segment. Alex Jones, around the beginning of April, late March, really started breaking away from the MAGA movement and started making statements like this one that we'll take a look at right now.
When your ankles swell up 3 times the size they were before, that means heart failure. And he does look sick. And he does babble and, sound like the brain's not doing too hot. And so we just cut bait on Trump and we just mobilize against the Democrats. And we mobilize against neocons, we primary them, and we just fight even harder because look at how we've turned the tide. Look at all the good we've done. There's a fourth turning. Populists, nationalists, conservatives are winning everywhere. There's a Christian reawakening. And Trump is just a minor figure in all of that now. And we have to be appreciative of the old Trump that went through so much and got so much done. And that's the Trump we remember. And we're just sad because that happens. We need to be sad about Trump.
You see, like his language here about how we need to be sad about Trump and we need to remember the old Trump. This is definitely the beginnings of Alex kind of distancing himself from Trump. He doesn't want to just outright completely break away from Trump immediately because that wouldn't go over very well. But he does want to start taking this, oh, we need to feel bad. We need to feel really bad for Trump, guys. We need to remember the old Trump. Look, the new Trump, he isn't anything like the old Trump, all right? I'm just going to tell you that right now.
This is not funny. This is not good. But he's gone. And that's it. And all the people rallied around him, you can see Hegseth's freaked out. You can see the press secretary's freaked out. They're being loyal. They think it's the lesser of two evils. And okay, but I just, Trump needs an intervention. He needs to take some time off. We need to pray for Trump, that the Holy Spirit touch his heart and loose him from whatever evil control he's under. I'm serious. And I think that's the answer. We need to pray for President Trump. We need to pray for other people to be awakened. We need to pray for justice and peace.
So that's the first part of the timeline. He comes out pretty strongly against Donald Trump. And then we have something that I'm going to have to take a big old swig of water for, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm sure that you might have seen it in a couple of other places, kind of like summarized here or there. And I had to dig for it to the point where I literally had to go find the original fucking post on Truth Social. I think this is the first time that I've ever visited Truth Social in my entire fucking life. And it's because I could not find the entirety of this post, high or low. But I do want to read it. Because while I think it's one thing to just summarize little bits and pieces, I think getting the full context on this particular thing is kind of important. So let's take a look. We got Donald J. Trump, and he posted this, I believe, 3 days ago. He says, I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have all been fighting me for years, especially by the fact that they think that it's wonderful for Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon. Because they have one thing in common, low IQs. They're stupid people. They know it. Their families know it, and everyone else knows it too. Look at their past. Look at their record. They don't have what it takes, and they never did. They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows, and not even invited on TV because nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for some quote-unquote free and cheap publicity. Now they think that they've got some clicks because they think that they have third-rate podcasts. But nobody's talking about them, and their views are the opposite of MAGA, or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. MAGA agrees with me, and they gave CNN a 100% approval rating of Trump, not hand-flailing fools like Tucker Carlson, who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist. Or Megyn Kelly, who nastily attacked me for her now famous Only Rosie O'Donnell question. Or crazy Candace Owens, who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man when she is not. Oh yeah, totally unlike when you totally fucking did the exact same thing about Michelle Obama, right, Trump? Not at all. And will hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is a far more beautiful woman than Candace. In fact, it's not even close. Or bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune, and he should have, for his horrendous attack on the families of the Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming that it was a hoax. These so-called pundits are losers, and they always will be. Now, fake news CNN, the failing New York Times, and all of the other radical left quote-unquote news organizations are hailing them and giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They're not MAGA. They're losers, just trying to latch on to MAGA. As president, I can get them on my side anytime I want to, but when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy on world and country affairs. Definitely not too busy on the golf course, folks. Not at all. And after a few times, they go nasty, just like Marjorie Trader Brown. But I no longer care about that stuff. I only care about doing right for our country. MAGA is about winning, and strength is not allowed in having Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is about making America great again, and these people have no idea how to do that. But I do, because the United States is now the hottest country anywhere in the world. President Donald J. Trump. What an absolute fucking meltdown. Holy fucking shit. You know, the term meltdown gets used a lot. Alright? It really does. A lot of people out there will use that term anytime somebody, like, goes off on a minor little fucking, like, they raise their voice for a few minutes. Next thing you know, oh my god, such and such had a meltdown. But I'm gonna tell you, man, this fucking post right here is a legitimate, like, category fucking 5 nuclear meltdown that's taking place right in front of our eyes. Like, they're gonna have to put a fucking Chernobyl level fucking cleanup squad on this shit, dude. Because think about it. Think about all the fucking dumbasses in this community who have worshipped Alex Jones, practically. They use them as their profile pictures. They fucking lament at the fucking shrine of how base they are. You know, they genuflect on how cool he is for all the stuff that he says. They love Alex Jones. And yet now they're going to somehow have to fucking square away the fact that him, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, all of these people that used to be part of the Trump base are fucking fleeing like rats off of the fucking Titanic. All of them. Aidan, you are the second user of Truth Social. Trust me, dude, if I had to make an account, I wouldn't have bothered. I wouldn't have bothered, dude. if they asked for a single piece of my information, and you know what, they probably have some right now. I'm sure some of my information, just by being on the website, is currently being data mined to some fucking place in fucking Shenzhen, China, or something like that. Like, that aside, I had to read the entirety of the post, dude. I really did. And the reason why I had to read the entirety of the post is because it's just so absurd. The little snippets of it here and there getting editorialized by media pundits just wouldn't do it justice. You have to read the whole stream of diuretic excuse of consciousness all in one go. Because if you don't read the whole thing all as one, and you don't get the full context of just how fucking asinine it really is, do you? The dude wrote a goddamn essay. He had a fucking meltdown. And in the process of having that meltdown, you know what the funny thing is? Alright? This guy contradicts himself in the fucking post. He says he doesn't care. Who the fuck writes a screed this long, especially somebody that, according to himself, is too busy dealing with other bigger affairs on the world stage? Why would you write something this big if you didn't care, dude? It's kind of shocking to me because, you know, people like fucking Lupin, who are nobodies, are people that you find typically making that excuse, right? People that are out there going, oh yeah, I'm not gonna join that stream anymore. And then, like, the literal next day or the next week, he'll fucking shuffle his dumb ass onto the fucking stream and just act like it never ended up happening. Like a guy that just contradicts himself left, right, and center. It's one thing for somebody that's like a jobless nobody like that, right? That's one thing. But the President of the United States of America is actively contradicting himself in these posts. And you know what the crazy thing is? Is that people that are so fucking tone deaf to what's going on, like Lupin, people who will, like, put out, like, passive-aggressive shorts about people, like, missing Maud, trying to, like, quote-unquote call her out for contradictions, don't fucking realize that, A, they have a massive contradiction in the fact that they fucking supported a guy like Alex Jones, a guy that Trump just called a loser, who promoted the Sandy Hook shooting, which I literally remember Lupin carrying water for in the past. Alex Jones' denial of the Sandy Hook shooting, but now Donald Trump has said that that was a bunch of bullshit. So I'm sure, just like everything else, he's just gonna fucking flip on that shit. Because he's a mindless vassal who has given any fucking intellectual fortitude that he could have possibly have to this movement that has contradicted itself as often as he does. But I guess it's not as big of a deal, you know? Maybe, just maybe, I'm just totally fucking speaking Greek to this guy. Maybe, Achilles, I've actually learned it. Because I'm talking from a position of, like, integrity and trying to keep a position rather than constantly flip-flopping on it. You know, stuff like that is really important to people like you or I, right? When it comes to having a position and keeping it and not trying to fucking flip-flop on it. That's pretty fucking important. to certain people. But when it comes to people like him, he doesn't give a fuck, right? He doesn't care because he never had any integrity to begin with. And you don't really have to worry too much. You don't have much of a conscience to really have to confront when it's been so buried under fucking gallons of cheap fucking alcohol that you can't even fucking detect it anymore. It's really quite unfortunate. Anyways, I 100% understood everything you said. Well, I'm glad that at least you did, because I'm sure that isn't that a common tactic that he always uses all the time, by the way? He always like pretends to not understand what you're saying. Which I don't know, given just how fucking asininely retarded he is, maybe he genuinely just doesn't understand, you know? That is a possibility. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you're enjoying the stream so far, please drop a like on the stream. It would be much appreciated. But we're not going to dwell too long on stuff like that. I do have, however, for those of you that are interested in me making fun of just how dumb Lupin really is, I was sent a clip recently that I will be premiering on my next show that just thoroughly demonstrates how fucking horrible this guy's semblance of an understanding about several topics really are. He just gets absolutely annihilated in a confrontation with this guy. And it's going to be very fun to cover on my live stream. Anyways, moving on to our next segment. Yeah, not the brightest light on the Christmas tree. Yeah, I mean, that kind of goes without saying, though. I mean, let's face it. Anyways, let's move on from this giant fucking essay of a post of a meltdown that Donald Trump had to Alex Jones's response to Trump's meltdown. Because I thought that the response was somehow even more interesting than Alex Jones's initial statement on the fact. So let's take a look.
But at the end of the day, I just feel sorry for him and pray that God touch his heart and soul and free him from the demonic influences that he's under. I mean, it's just that simple. This is a nightmare. We know the Democrats, the left, are absolutely terrible, but when Trump's calling for wiping out whole civilizations and acting like a supervillain, I have to come out and say I don't support it. It's that simple. So again, Trump's own wife came out in an unannounced press conference today and said the Epstein crimes are real and that she wants the victims to be in front of Congress and the cover up to end. That's the opposite of what Trump's saying. Looks to me like she's breaking with Trump because she knows the ship's sinking, has found out the truth. Elon left 8 months ago saying he's in the files as a cover up. I never saw any evidence of it, but he's acting like he's guilty. We know he's protecting Howard Lutnick, who said he didn't know Epstein didn't go to the island, and he did. So all I can say is this is a terrible day, and it's a nightmare for America and the world, but I'm going to tell the truth, report on the facts, no matter what it is done. But at the end of the day,
I mean, like, it has to be called out, Alex. You're gonna report the facts no matter what. Dude, you jumped ship when the when the beast inevitably turned on you, right? It's like the classic adage of, like, the Germans using fucking, like, poison gas. And the next thing you know, the poison gas cloud shifted with the wind, and now it's drifting towards you. Well, yeah, you wouldn't have had that problem if you used the poison gas, retard. Like, if you align yourself with a guy that you apparently have known for a while at this point, it's just a dementia-addled fucking weirdo who is experiencing major health issues and who has fucking participated in the fucking Epstein cover-up. If you knew all of that, then your selective fucking outrage about this is kind of noted, as far as people like I am concerned. But I do find this to be very amusing, because there's going to be so many fucking sycophants of this movement at this point that are going to have to at least attempt to confront and perform the mental gymnastics within their mind of how Alex Jones is either somehow right and Trump is right simultaneously, or only Trump is right, because let's face it, so many of the people that we know in this fucking community are never going to fucking veer away from Trump. Especially when the only source of any kind of attention that they get whatsoever solely derives from coverage of that, you know? Solely derives from pumping him up as this amazing guy, as the best president in American history. You know, and that's been your narrative. To go back on that without having massive monetary gain like Alex Jones has to fall back on, I can't imagine that being very good for you when all you're concerned about is making money. When you have integrity, it's not all that hard because you don't fucking support people like that. You know, like you just don't have the fucking problem to begin with. It's not a moral conundrum to people that have morality to begin with. But anyways, we'll see how idiots within that movement try to fucking get their way, weasel their way around the idea that now all these people that were like some of Trump's biggest supporters in American media are now jumping ship from him in droves because he's become more and more and more unpalatable to the average person. And surprise, surprise, like I've been saying stream after stream, who's left behind at the very end? Who are the dregs that are left behind? The people that are left behind aren't the ones that are fucking moderates. They're the extremists. So, let's see. Trump's amazing coverage that he gives of this particular topic here. I wasn't able to find a better source than fucking Instagram. Because don't you just love the modern internet? If you try to cover what Trump says through a whole bunch of the other news media outlets, 90% of it is just their fucking coverage of it and not what he actually said. And I'm more focused on what he actually said for this particular shit. Let's take a look.
We're going to see what happens. We're in very deep negotiations with Iran. We win regardless. We've defeated them militarily. They've dropped a couple of water mines. You call them water mines in the boat. We've defeated all of their water boats, too. Their Navy has gone 158.
They've dropped a bunch of water mines from water boats. Water boats as opposed to what, Donald? Are you talking about, like, fucking land ships? Are we in the fucking First World War now? They've got land ships. They've got land ships. They've gotten them on the land. They got giant tanks now. They've got mines that are being laid down for the land ships. Like, what the fuck are you babbling about? When people like Alex Jones are out here saying that you have dementia, yeah, it's too little too late, because no shit, he has fucking dementia. People like me have been fucking looking at clips like this for years. Because it's not like this guy isn't prone to gaffing all over the place. But at this point, he's just fucking babbling, dude. It's a bunch of gobbledygook nonsense. That's all that it is. Anyways, let's move on to our next segment. Hey guys, you remember how I said on my last stream that there's like a big old fuel shortage coming to the United States? And how it's coming very soon due to the fact that it's going to be about mid to late April that the last of the oil supplies that are coming from places like the Strait of Hormuz arrive to places like America and disrupt the supply. Well, let's take a look at a place that's already been affected by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Thailand. Isn't that great? Hold on, I'm just going to mute it and just keep it on repeat. Isn't that great? People fighting. Well, they're not fighting too much. They're kind of wrestling a little bit. But, like, people running to the pumps, trying their best to get whatever fucking gas they can while they still have the ability to get it. Oh, that's great, isn't it? I'm sure that's definitely not going to happen anywhere in the United States, a country where as soon as any kind of notion of shortage began happening with toilet paper, had fucking loads of footage of people fucking carting off entire shopping carts full of toilet paper. Where when fucking fuel prices had another massive surge, we're shown fucking filling up in not exactly analogous situations like this. It didn't quite get this bad. But given the fact that the Strait of Hormuz makes up such a large percentage of the world's oil supply, we'll see. We'll see whether or not things like this start happening in America. I certainly fucking hope that they don't. Because nobody fucking needs the experience of going to get a fucking bit of gas for their car to be, oh shit, I don't know whether or not I'm gonna get fucking wrestled around or fucking hit, or whether there's even gonna be any gas left at the fucking pumps when I go there. That's a nightmarish fucking situation to be in. In the US, the guns would be out. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it... I mean, it really depends, honestly, Achilles. It depends on how long it goes on for. Because the fuel shortage is only going to get worse as time goes on, unfortunately. If the strait doesn't open, it's not going to get better, definitionally speaking, right? So we'll see, is really the best way of looking at it. Anyways, moving on to our next segment that we have here. Trump claims U.S. will close Strait of Hormuz after Iran peace talks collapse. Islamabad, the United States and Iran failed to reach an agreement after a day of highly anticipated face-to-face peace talks. Washington's lead negotiator, Vice President J.D. Vance, announced on Sunday. Quote, the bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States. They have chosen not to accept our terms, Vance said at a press conference in Islamabad before boarding Air Force Two to leave the country. Asked what the major sticking point had been that led to the breakdown in negotiations, Vance said, quote, the simple fact is that we need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon, and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. Also on Sunday, President Donald Trump claimed on social media that the United States would, quote-unquote, blockade the Strait of Hormuz, saying that the talks had failed because, quote, Iran is unwilling to give up its nuclear ambitions. Actually, I'd probably say nuclear with him. He'd probably say it wrong. He'd say nuclear. He'd pull a Bush on that shit for sure. For its part, Iran said that the two sides had, quote, reached an understanding on a number of issues, but ultimately the talks did not lead to an agreement. Tehran has repeatedly said that its nuclear program is a civilian one and that it has a right to continue to enrich uranium for that purpose. The status of the 2-week ceasefire is now uncertain. However, Vance left open the possibility an agreement could still be reached, saying, quote, we leave here with a very simple proposal, a method of understanding that is our final and best offer. He added, we'll see if Iranians accept it. Well, let me just ask you, J.D. Vance, when you've got a leader like Trump who constantly, habitually contradicts himself all the fucking time, literally just demonstrated an example of him contradicting himself just a moment ago within the same fucking post. How the hell are we supposed to believe that that's the best deal? How is Iran supposed to believe that that's the best deal that you possibly fucking have for them when you've demonstrated over and over again that you fucking contradict yourself? Of course they're going to fucking hold out for more, dude. You've proven that you're not a fucking reliable negotiator who does not negotiate in good faith. If that's not been demonstrated over and over and over again, based off of the fact that so many of these fucking agreements that he's supposedly going to broker, oh, I'm going to fucking reach peace with fucking Ukraine the very next day I get inaugurated. You know, he promised within 24 hours the conflict in Ukraine would be over. And people are still fucking dying there right now in real time on the plains of Eastern Europe. People are still dying in Gaza. People are still dying in South Lebanon. People are still dying in Yemen. And people are still dying in Iran. Because this fucking numpty is utterly incapable of leveraging Imagine it. You have more leverage than anybody else on the fucking planet. You're the most powerful man on the planet who has the ability to fucking nuke anywhere on the planet on a near whim, and yet still with that amount of leverage, you still can't fucking negotiate a deal to save your life with any of those conflicts whatsoever. And people will still look at this guy and say that he somehow deserves a fucking Nobel Peace Prize. I'll tell you what, if Kissinger gets a fucking Nobel Peace Prize, then this guy may as well fucking get one too. Just to really demonstrate how fucking thoroughly useless the Nobel Peace Prize is as an institution. Let's give it to him. Why the fuck not, right? While we're fucking at it. In the run-up to 2028, Vance will try to distance himself from the war and paint himself as a peace candidate. Oh, I'm sure that he's going to use the fact that he went to talks like this and try to posture himself as a peacemaker. Meanwhile, there's countless clips out there of him supporting this fucking conflict and him being behind Trump about this. He's never fucking stepped a toe out of line when it comes to the fucking MAGA movement. His wife, Donald Trump's wife, has done more. Melania has done more to contradict Donald Trump than the vice president of the United States, who, let's face it, wields far more actual political power than the First Lady does. And yet, Melania is willing to contradict him more than you are, you spineless fucking numpty. Yeah, he's gonna absolutely posture himself as the peace candidate, for sure. It's a good call out, Big Bad Mama. Anyways, after negotiations broke down, Pakistan, which has become a key mediator in the war and hosted the talks, said Sunday that it would continue to play a role in peace efforts. Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar urged both sides to continue to uphold the ceasefire. The talks, which lasted for 21 hours, began in Islamabad on Saturday, as the two sides looked to reach a deal to end the war that had shaken the Middle East for 6 weeks. It was the first face-to-face engagement between the United States and Iran since 2015, when the Obama administration... Oh no, the Obama administration. I wish I had Ominous Thunder that I can play right there, you know? Negotiated a nuclear deal with Iran that was later scrapped by Trump. They were also the highest level discussions since the 1979 Islamic Revolution. Early on Sunday, in a post on the social media platform Truth Social, Trump wrote, "The meeting went well. Most points were agreed to, but the only point that really mattered, nuclear, was not." Let me tell you, Trump, how did the meeting go well if it fucking fell through? How can you possibly paint that? Yeah, I fucking went to the car dealers. I went to the mechanic to get my car repaired, and you know, my car is still broken. But we negotiated for about 90% of the things in the car to be fixed. No, the car's still fucking broken, dude. You still can't drive it. You can't fucking possibly paint that as some sort of fucking positive spin on what happened there. But he is. And this fucking base is going to eat it up like the mindless fucking drones that they are until another fucking segment of them break off and finally fucking draw that line that they've been talking about all this time. You know, I got something for everybody out there. The next time that you're speaking with somebody that's a part of this movement, by the way, before I say this, actually, I do notice there's a lot of people here right now. Please like the stream if you're currently enjoying it. We got 4 likes in the stream right now. Can we get that up to 5? Let's get a 20% increase in our likes right now. Let's get it up to 5 likes, ladies and gentlemen. I know we can do it. But anyways, I'm going to implore everybody in the community that when you come across the Terry Stranges or the Jamie Russells or the Lupins or the Dan Pazis within our community, you know, those types, I would suggest that you ask them a very simple question. What is the line at which you would no longer support Donald Trump? Ask them to name a specific point at which they would withdraw support for Donald Trump, and their answer or lack thereof will tell you everything that you need to know about their priorities. It will tell you everything that you need to know about why they support him. And let me tell you, the reason why I know that is because I posed that very simple question to Jill not too long ago. I think it was about a month or two ago, in a discussion that I had with him on, I believe it was Missing Mods. But anyways, me and Jill were in the room, and I asked him this very question. And after avoiding answering the question for an untold amount of time, he finally did answer, to his credit. And the line in the sand for Jill is that when Trump starts supporting gay rights or pro-LGBT agendas, that's when Jill's gonna go, okay, I'm done with Trump. That's a bridge too far. And just granting that that's the case, granting that Jill isn't enough of a pussy little bitch to continue to support Donald Trump even after that were the case, right? I would just say that having priorities where rather than withdrawing your support during war or withdrawing support due to violations of the Constitution or withdrawing support due to overreach within other branches of American government, those things aren't Jill's priority. Jill doesn't give a fuck about any of that shit whatsoever. What Jill cares about is whether or not Donald Trump supports the rainbow movement or not. And I just think that questions like that serve to be very revealing for the ghoulish priorities that a lot of these people have at the end of the day. We have Aiden Steven asked that very question to Terry. She evaded it. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. Remember when she was fucking in the side chat for my show? And I asked her whether or not, given the Epstein files have a lot of really damning information about Donald Trump in them, at what level would you withdraw support for Donald Trump? And Terry gave the answer of if he was implicated doing criminal acts in the Epstein files. And by the way, once again, this was extracted after heavy, like, hey, don't avoid the question. Don't avoid the question. Stop doing that. After like 4 or 5 rounds of evasion, she finally copped to, okay, if he does something criminal in there, I'll withdraw support. And I literally pulled up within 5 fucking minutes. That's all it took to find one of the fucking documents in the Epstein files that directly implicates Donald Trump in helping members of the Sinaloa cartel to traffic girls through Mar-a-Lago. And where was she for the next hour of that fucking stream? Somehow she just decided that was the point where she was going to leave. And when she came back, did she have anything to say regarding the fact that the standard that she just fucking gave for withdrawing support of Trump was met within a grand total of, 300 seconds? That's all it took? No. She pretended like it never happened. She just went on about her business like it never happened to begin with, like the fucking coward that she is. Because let's face it, Terry, I'm not going to mince words. You're a coward. Let's see. Claude Bowes says, Hoven, the Lupin, and Dan, heed the Trump three. I imagine you meant lead the Trump cheerleader trio. Oh, God, that's a very disturbing image to imagine them in any kind of cheerleader trio. Oh, God, that's really bad. It's really bad. Kelly says it's so sad that I have to agree with you on that one, Claude. Big Bad Mama says, let's face it, these people care more about men and women's locker rooms than they do about the thousands dead in Iran. Of course they do. Of course they do, because they're hyper-insulated from any fucking world that is directly outside of their backyard. What happened to Achilles? What do you mean what happened to Achilles? He's still there. Hold on. Wait, Achilles was hidden by 8? What the fuck? No. No. Unhide user. Why the hell? Achilles, say something in chat. I don't know what the hell happened there. Hold on. Say something in chat, Achilles. I don't know why the hell you were hit. Yeah, I'm here. Here, let me make you a moderator again. Go to channel activities. Why can't I make you a mod? Hold on. I'm literally going to divert. Hold on. I'm literally going to divert from this. And I might have done that offhanded because I had my phone. YouTube was open on my phone for a second there because I just wanted to in the audio department. I'll go and check that every once in a while. Here, add as moderator. Save. There you go. Achilles, you've been added back as a moderator. Thank you, Big Bad Mama, for pointing that out. I don't know why the hell that fucking happened. I see Achilles. Nice. Okay. Glad to hear. Yeah, by the way, I will ask one more time, just real quick before I move on to the segment. We've got 5 likes. We've achieved the 5 likes, but can we get it up to 6, ladies and gentlemen? Can we get... Oh, actually, I just checked it. We've got 7 up here. 6, 7. Can we get 8 likes, ladies and gentlemen? I know. I seem so greedy, don't I? I was asking for 6. Now I'm asking for 8. It's just never going to end. The goalposts are always going to shift, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry to tell you. But I'm very demanding when it comes to the likes that I ask for you people. Oh, we got a whole bunch of people popping up in the side chat now. We got a little... Oh no, they're gathering. The side chat revolt is happening in real time. The thing that I've feared for so long is now taking place in real time. Claude says, the next Hoven documentary should include Hoven's support for Trump. Hoven is the second most important Christian ever, they say. Why does Aiden hate Achilles? You know, I don't know why. I really don't. Some force of nature decided to intervene in reality and throw Achilles out of the room. He was too powerful. I think that's what it was. YouTube was like, oh God, no! We can't handle it! No! He got his wrench back. That's correct. That's correct. He did get it back immediately. Y'all sleep better at night now. I would hope so. I would hope so. Just hit the like button. Hey, thanks, Berius Slack. I appreciate that. How's it going, Frank? Good to see you. Good to see you. Watch it, Spooky. Aiden's blocking people left and right. That's right. Indiscriminate. I'm just taking a fucking machine. I'm just taking a Tommy gun to the side chat. That's what's going on right now. Sweeping it out. No, anyways, thank you very much to everybody that's here. And thank you to everybody that's hitting the like button. I appreciate that. Mr. Frank, I appreciate that. Krista, I think you said that you hit it earlier. Thank you for that. Anyways, let's not dawdle too long on this. Let's move on to our next segment. I'm just going to close this one out because that makes moving on to the next one a little easier. Or wait a minute. I don't know if I really covered the entirety of that. Anyways, if I didn't cover the entirety of that, it does say at the end of that article that J.D. Vance is going to, that the United States is going to close the Strait of Hormuz. Is really what the long and short of that article is. They're gonna close the strait. It's gonna happen. And if they do indeed close the Strait of Hormuz, that's gonna kind of piss everybody else off, isn't it? Because this little interpersonal war that the United States and Iran is having right now, as I just showed in that clip in Thailand, is having massive consequences on global prices. It's just it's almost unprecedented since the 1970s oil crisis that was also precipitated by tensions in Iran, by the way. I just want to point that out. But the shortages that are taking place in all these countries are huge. And what a huge fucking surprise. One of the major players on the international stage doesn't like the fact that one of their major fucking sources of energy has been cut off. So let's see. Weapons to Iran. Trump threatens China with 50% tariff, then makes a crude offer. On oil, Trump said, China can send their ships to us, to Venezuela. We have a lot of overcapacity, and we'll probably sell for even less money than Iran. And it's like, Trump, why the fuck would China want to buy from you? Why would China want to buy from a country that has been extremely belligerent towards it with tariffs prior to now, and are now being threatened with another tariff if they don't fucking comply with buying your shit? Of course they're going to fucking react to that. But Trump has this very arrogant idea about him that he really can just control the affairs of everybody and everything else around him, like the fucking narcissist that he is. Anyways, Frank says, going good. Your stream wasn't accepting my comments the last time that I was in chat for some reason. Really? Because I've had that issue on and off here. Restream has been really fucking weird with having people participate in the side chat. Sometimes it allows people, sometimes it doesn't. I mean, Achilles just got nuked for no reason, so I'm sorry to see that. Hold on. I can't see you, Steven. You can't? No, I can't. Hold on. I can see you, Steven. Maybe if I make Steven a fellow mod. Hold on. You're making... Let's see. Let's see. Maybe if I make... but I don't want to make everybody a mod. That's just the thing. Then it starts getting into the territory of every single person on the channel being a mod. And I don't know about that one, folks. I don't know. It seems like a slippery slope if ever there was one. Anyways, U.S. President Donald Trump on Sunday redeployed his legion of threats against Iran after peace talks in Islamabad failed, and went straight to China too. He was responding to reports that U.S. intelligence has found China to be preparing a shipment of weapons to Iran amid a fragile 2-week ceasefire that began last Wednesday. I doubt they would do that. But if we catch them doing that, they'll get a 50% tariff, which is a staggering amount. Trump, who is set to visit China next month, told Fox News. And you know what's going to happen when Trump visits China, by the way? Here's my little prediction for what happens. Because remember when Trump fucking constantly talked tough on China during his first term? And then he went and met with Xi. And literally over the course of like a 2-hour meeting with Xi, all of his fucking supposed fucking massive restrictions he was putting on Chinese trade evaporated. And all that Trump had to talk about for that whole fucking meeting was the beautiful chocolate cake that Xi Jinping brought to us that day. Let me tell you, it was the most wonderful, delicious chocolate cake. And I gotta tell you, I am a little jealous. I do want to know what the finest chefs in all of China were able to cobble together in terms of the very best chocolate cake. I'm sure it was. I don't doubt Trump on that. But let me just tell you, he's going to go to China, and he's going to fucking sit down in a room with Xi, and all of this fucking tough talk that he's been putting out over these past months and years is going to once again immediately evaporate. Because when Trump is in front of somebody like Xi, who, let's face it, horrible fucking piece of garbage, right? Horrible, abusive piece of garbage who's fucking subjugated people like the Uyghurs and treated them to horrific conditions. But let's face it, Xi Jinping is way more of a fucking statesman than Donald Trump has ever been. Xi Jinping is way more crafty, actually worked his way up from the fucking dregs to the level where he was, actually has a real success story, unlike my father gave me a small loan of $1 million. Like, Xi's a horrible fucking person. But he got to the top by being a horrible person. He wasn't just granted the ability to be on the top right at the very beginning because his daddy was. Alright? So when Trump is in front of somebody like Xi, he's going to crumble. Immediately. And not because Xi, pressured him. Not because Xi put any, threats towards Trump. No, he's going to smooth talk him. And he's going to flatter his ego. And he's going to give him all these little gifts and all these little baubles and all these little private amenities that are going to do exactly what they're meant to, which is appeal to Trump's ego enough that he lifts all of these restrictions. It's going to fucking happen. All right? Mark my words right now. Oh, hold on. I can only see one of your comments now, Steven. It's getting weird. It's getting weird right now, I'll tell you that. Oh, maybe it's because you said whore. He said, I can't badmouth Trump on the PG's account, but I can call Trump the whore of Babylon on here. It's a good loophole, Steven. It's a good loophole. I appreciate that. I really do. And I'm glad that I'm able to see it on Restream, even if YouTube wants to censor the comments. Yeah, he's doing comments on his personal account. Let's see, what did Spooky have to say? Don't make me a mod. All right, Spooky, if you insist. Claude says, Stephen and Claude have something in common. Both get blocked. Is the fact that Trump's threats are empty worse than threats themselves? I don't know. I mean, I'd be totally honest with you, Claude, I would rather that he be making empty threats. Because empty threats are less likely to annihilate the planet, you know? So don't get me wrong. Is it clear that empty threats are making him look weak on the international stage? For sure. But I think empty threats also lead to a less likely chance of all of us waking up to Armageddon tomorrow. So there is that to consider at the very least, right? Oh man, let me tell you. Let me find it. I'm gonna have to pull that for my next show. I woke up to the most terrifying shit because I have my phone on autoplay when I go to sleep, right? And my phone will autoplay to the most random shit sometimes by the time that I wake up. But last night it autoplayed to the most terrifying fucking shit that I've ever experienced. I'll have to pull that for either the end of this show or next show, which means that those of you that are around right now will have to stay tuned. Aiden is totally under my control. Spooky, you really are the puppet master of this channel. You really are. No, you disagree with what I said, Claude? I don't know. I mean, you have every right to disagree, and if you want to come in here and express that you disagree, if anybody wants to come in and join the stream, by the way, you're more than welcome to do so. The stream link is pinned at the very top of the chat. Feel free to come on in and let me know what you think about what's being covered right now. But I'm going to be here forever if I don't keep reading here, guys. He's made the threat to all such countries, but China in particular, as he was pointedly responding to a question about a CNN report from Saturday. That report said that China is preparing to deliver new air defense systems to Iran within the next few weeks. It cited 3 unnamed sources familiar with recent U.S. intelligence assessments. While responding to that, Trump also offered to sell crude oil to China, both from home and from Venezuela. Oh. There we go. We've got the one, the only. We've got Achilles that's joined the live stream. How are you today, Achilles?
I was waiting for permission.
Yeah, you're welcome to pop in. Anytime I got the link pinned.
Yeah, and I just came here to be a sidekick and just allow you to go through the segments and just maybe, I don't know, throw a laugh here and there. I mean,
yeah, and if you ever have any commentary to add as well, feel free to do so.
What a joke. Dude. What a joke. Where do you start? Like, oh God. This is so far downhill that I don't know. Like, there's no coming up. I was kind of hoping for the talks, because I've seen this pattern, which I know you don't agree with, but I've been noticing this since 2019, was it? No, 2020. Every Easter, something happens right at the beginning of Lent. So I was actually hoping that these talks would bring some form of a balance, just because Easter just ended.
Right.
But no. And now I hear that about China, and I'm like, uh-oh, here we go.
The war's expanding. The war's expanding, and I mean, it's literally nobody's fault but fucking... Well, it's really 2 people's fault. It's Pete Hegseth's fault for pushing this war on Trump as much as he did. and saying that it's going to be over in just a couple of weeks, Trump. Don't worry. It's going to be over in no time. And Trump going, okay, Pete, whatever you say. And even he's starting to throw Pete under the bus right now. He's starting to talk about how, well, you know, this whole thing, it was Pete's idea. When you really think about it, it was all Pete's idea. And it's like, let's just say that that's true. It's still your decision whether or not they do it, Donald.
I kind of think this is an excuse.
Agreed.
Right? Because I don't think,
to a certain extent.
Yeah, the whole intelligence of the US is like one person, you know? That's me though. I could be wrong, you know? I think it's just an excuse, and he knew very well where he's going. And I've put in a video that I uploaded recently, which is in a completely different dimension and subject, but this is how my videos are like. I just throw everything there. Where he has this 1987 interview, and he's like, we just need to go there and get their oil. Next time they mess with us, we go in there and we pick up one of their oil facilities. He didn't say Greg Island, but he did say that in 1987. And the reporter was asking, yeah, but don't you think Russia is going to respond to this? And he's like, I don't think they do it. I don't think they do it.
Oh,
yep,
Spooky they did. They did. They actually did. I'm actually fascinated by what Spooky just said. Oh no, Dustin Buck has gone live. I don't know what to do. I need to look into this. Hold on. Stop the presses. Dustin never goes live. He never does that. What's going on? I need to know. Oh, Trump is a fascist or whatever. Come tell me about it. Oh my gosh. Okay. Hold on. Hold the phone.
Are we doing a stream within a stream?
I don't know, dude. We might just have to. I mean, I might go and pop in for a second and go check it out. Hold on. Let me share it here. Let's take a look at what Dustin is saying right now. First and foremost, let's have a look. See,
that's a good setup.
By the way, everybody, go check out Dustin Buck on YouTube if you want. I'm not gonna show his content without telling you to at least check out his channel. Go check out Dustin Buck on YouTube.
Great setup, you know. If you add like a green screen around those windows, you can make yourself being like on the moon and stuff.
Oh, that's true. That is true. All right, I'm gonna play the audio here. Let's see. Oh, the phone. Oh, we got another. Oh, we have Trump and Clad have decided to join. Hello, Trump and Clad. How are you today?
I got to say I'm doing quite well. Trump has just invaded my nether regions, if you know what I mean. I tell you what, I told the man he could kiss my neck, and he takes a mile like he always does.
Oh my. I don't know if hold on, I'm gonna refresh this. Dustin, are you there?
Well, you're fine. Just relax. I just want to say something. Hold on. Hold on.
Oh, he's talking with somebody.
It's just it's really easy. Hold on. Let me do so you know. What's that?
All right. I think he's a bit occupied with other things at the moment. We'll go back to that. If he's still live later on, because I think it'd be kind of cool to pop in there and have a quick chat with Dustin. I think that would be interesting. Anyways, let's go back. And check out our other one. By the way, how are you? What is new with you, Trump and Clad? I heard that he invaded your nether regions. That is quite unfortunate. How are things over in... where are you now? I think that you said that you are in the Enus, France. So maybe it was somewhere else, I think.
Well, I wish I could say I felt special that Trump invaded me, but honestly, who hasn't he invaded and violated? So I don't know that I am that special.
I mean, Steven,
you're the oldest one, I'll tell you that.
You're the oldest one, oh god.
There are pictures again because
Yeah, let's do it.
Steven had to do this, but I don't. I just had to bring up his 2016.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
but with this AI, Achilles, you have no idea the terrible positions I can put President Trump in. Even worse than positions he put himself in. I can do worse with AI.
It's deep fakes. It's deep fakes. I never had Claude. I never did.
Dustin just got busted by a random guy for. Okay, hold on. We're going back to the stream. Hold on. I've literally done multiple removing litter streams on my channel. I need to see this.
You should have been cleaning up Dustin's neighborhood this whole
I guess so. What the hell?
Dustin, one job, Aiden.
Sorry, guys.
All right. Hold on. Let's take a look at this.
I just want to let you know, I was your age at one point, and I found out a neat, cool tool they made called a garbage can.
Oh, buddy.
I'm sorry. I've been thinking about it. I got to give them shit because it's like I used to be the same thing. And it's like, man, they invented a garbage can.
I just don't have the time, bro.
I know. I get it. Like I said,
What do you mean you don't have the time? It doesn't take that long, dude. It really doesn't take that fucking long.
I have to say, though, I personally would have ended my stream to have this conversation.
Yeah, or at least put it on mute or something like that.
Props to Dustin, man. I don't know if he thinks he's muted, but good for him just letting it all air dry.
I mean, that's it's got some machismo to it. Being manly enough to put your flaws out there. I mean, like, it is a flaw, Dustin. I'm sorry to say it, dude, but there's no excuse, okay? There's really not. I guarantee you that there's a trash can within the next few blocks of you. You have the extra few seconds to not litter, all right? It really doesn't take that long. And the fact that you're, like, aren't you the fucking... okay, hold on.
Man, I missed all of this.
He's this big, like, accountability guy. He's this big, like, people need to take accountability for their actions. People need to take accountability for their response. And here's this guy being pretty nonchalant. He's not even, like, being super, like, aggressive or anything like that. He just came up to him and was like, hey, there's this thing called a garbage can. And all he's got to say in response is, I don't have the time. Come on, bro. Come on. You're better than that.
And I had to say it because it's been me.
Sorry, go ahead.
I bet it didn't happen on stream. Like, he threw whatever he threw before he started the stream. And that's, I don't know, man. It's insane. Got in the act right there.
Dustin's taking the reprimand well. I mean, like, I think overall he's being pretty good-natured about this. All I have to say is that, dude, if you did it, then just cop to it and be like, you know what, dude, you're right. I shouldn't be doing that. That's my bad. I'll try not to do it again. Like, I gotta be honest with you, when I was a little kid and I didn't really know the implications of it and stuff, like, yeah, I littered every once in a while. I just left things behind because I just wasn't really worried about it at that point. It wasn't until later in my life and I was like, oh shit, that actually is, like, really bad. You shouldn't do that. The chap at the window doesn't come across as a complete tyrant. Yeah, no, I think that overall it seems like a pretty good-natured conversation.
Yeah,
That's like,
I'm not the only one who used to do this shit.
Have a good one.
Go back to stuff.
All right.
I had fun. Thanks.
What you doing, big bad mama? Come on up in here and tell me.
All right, hold on. Let's refresh to the latest point in the stream. I might jump in here, guys. I might just jump in because Dustin's just kind of chilling out right now, not doing much of anything. I might hop on. His audio is working now. So
let me show you something real quick because of the littering that you mentioned.
Yeah, sure. Feel free.
Although I don't know where this is, tell me when it's shared.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, I don't know where this is, but I've seen personally in my life in Greece at least 10 beaches like that. But I think this one is in the US. All right.
Okay.
For a 4-ocean cleanup, and we've got something that we want to show you. What may look like sand under our feet.
It's just a static image for me.
I'm sorry?
It's just a static thing on my screen. It's not changing. It's just the thing of the... Oh, there we go. Now it caught up.
Wait, why?
I'm not sure. Yeah, let's try it again.
Location for a 4-ocean
Is it working now?
cleanup, and we've got something that we want to show you.
No. Steven, do you see it moving on your screen?
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Hold on, it jumped back there. Right.
I'll try something else. I don't know why it does that, but I'll try just maximizing it like this. All right.
Hey guys, we're out here scouting a new location for a 4-ocean cleanup, and we've got something that we want to show
it's
you.
working now. Oh man.
Is actually plastic.
Oh man.
So much plastic, trash, bags, right on the coastline. Stay tuned. A new cleanup coming soon.
And then I ask this question.
Who other than nonprofits spend a dime for cleanup before sending sending trillions in space?
Like, name one effer who spent a dime to go collect the island of trash that we have. I would say God, but let's just say nature, collecting all our trash on specific islands of trash, which are like the size of Texas.
Mm-hmm. I know.
Texas.
I know.
And we're not going there to pick it up.
I mean, when it comes to the reasoning as to why we don't, nope. I have a segment on this show that's literally about this exact thing. So I'm gonna go.
Sorry, yeah.
No, you're good. No, you're good. I'm not like getting angry with you, but I'm just saying I'm gonna go jump on Dustin's really quick.
Yep.
And then after that, I will jump back here and then we'll continue the show. I just think it'd be interesting to go talk to Dustin real quick. If you guys want to jump off or stay here or whatever you want to do, feel free.
I'm editing, so I'll just mute and I'll be around. But I'm gonna hear you out on. Make sure to ask him the question, the red line question. We should be asking everybody.
Right.
Right.
Oh no, his stream ended.
Oh
man.
No.
Let's double check. I'm gonna refresh it and just make sure. Yeah. Oh man. That's unfortunate. I should have jumped in sooner. Hold on. I'm gonna call Dustin right now. And I'm gonna tell him if he wants to go live again, I'll go chat with him.
I'll take over the show. Go ahead.
No, I'll just put him on speaker. I don't see why not.
Okay. Yeah, you have to say it immediately that you are live.
Yeah, of course. Oh, he might have blocked me from calling him on Messenger.
Don't you guys use old style calls anymore?
Yeah, he's in the U.S. I don't have cross country carrier plan on my phone, so I'd have to be charged up.
They deported you.
Yeah, they did. They got me out of there, Achilles. I'm not there anymore. I can't terrorize the United States any longer. It's unfortunate, though. I really wanted to go on there. I'll just message him then and say, hey, if you want to do your show again and have me on, be happy to jump on, or you can jump on my live stream I'm doing right now. I'm mainly suggesting that he does it on his show because I know that he's kind of worried that I'm gonna like mute him all over the place and just like say. And the only times that I ever do that, you can go back and look at our earlier interactions.
Oh, I know.
It's just when he loses his mind.
I think you're fair. You allow people to say their mind, but if they keep interrupting and they keep shouting, like, you have to.
I have other people to multitask for me. Isn't it great? Achilles is like, yeah. He's like my stream valet, you know? He's here to help out. Big Bad Mama is your wrench subservient to Achilles. Ooh, that's a good question. I think they have equal status wrenches. I don't think I have any managing mods on my channel. I think
to be honest, I don't mind it. I don't care. I don't know why that happened. That was very weird. But I would never ban anybody in somebody else's channel, you know, so.
Yeah, the only times I'd ask you to do that is if they were doing like TOS violations in the chat or something like that, like dock dropping somebody or something like that. But anyways, let's finish No, I think we got all the relevant details out of that article. I have so many other things to cover. China's going to send weapons to fucking Iran because Trump is an idiot. That's the synopsis of that article. Let's move on to our other one because we have like at least 20 more to go through here. We've got like a big show.
I'm working on 2 videos right now, but you gotta go on my channel and watch the latest one as well.
Yeah. If you want to pull that up whenever. What's the subject matter?
I don't want to take over the stream. When I spend time with people, I just feel like we earn. If you tell me, you need to watch that one because of what you said, you need to watch that documentary, I'm gonna go to watch that documentary, you know?
Right.
And so I'm just telling you, keep an eye out. So I am working on 2 videos right now. The one of the 2, I'm not even going to mention the second one, which you don't agree. It's okay, whatever. But the first one is, I'm going to call it The Other Files.
Okay.
And it starts by saying that what we have right now is 2 best friends, him and Netanyahu, who are using their media machine and their war toys to stay out of jail. And I continue by saying, you of course know about this guy's files,
right?
But do you know about the other guy's files? So what's going on with the other guy, you got to go to Odyssey. Oh, I told you. I remember because I put the link in the chat.
Yeah.
All right. So he's been sending Hamas 35 million per month. And this has come out. And he was doing it through Qatar, but Qatar was smart enough to ask it in paper, written, with his signature.
Right.
So the whole thing that happened on October 7, which has led us to be the excuse of what we're seeing today, happened because 35 million a month, dude.
I know. I know.
And all they got was like hover stuff, right? And some AKs. I mean, I don't even know. It's not even enough. I mean,
it's like how if you look into the American military budget, they overpay ridiculously for anything within that budget. Like one M1 Abrams tank is like several $1 million when you really look at all of the arms contracting deals and you look at the actual cost behind why that M1 Abrams tank is several million. Most of that is just money going to the fucking lobbyists and money going to the fucking developers, maybe a little bit, but in reality, those developers make maybe a fifth of what the actual fucking head honchos at Lockheed Martin and at Boeing and all the shareholders that they're subservient to. They're the people that are reaping all the benefits. They're the ones that are getting all the money when it comes to the sale of all these weapons.
But I still see, I just Googled it just to check, the A-10, which is my favorite aircraft of all time, just letting you know.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is. And did you, by the way, you know why the pilot of this one made it to safe lands before he ejected?
Why is that?
Because of that plane. Because it has been built with the number one being to return the pilot home. It can go with one engine, with one wing, and with all the hydraulics cut, because it also has a backup system of manual control.
Mm-hmm.
It's the one aircraft that it's just based on bringing the pilot home, and it did its job. But
well, you can tell that's a last generation aircraft if it's designed to help the pilot.
Yeah, the new ones, F-35s, no, they're not. They do have an eject button, but you know, it's if you lose electronics on the F-35, you're just done.
That's the one that they're worried about. They're worried about destroying the electronics in the aircraft so that nobody gets their hands on it. They're not worried about the pilot.
Yeah, so it's 18 million to get one. So with 35 a month for the past, I don't know how many years, you could have like a whole...
It's more than one every day. It's more than one being rolled. Like, is this the Second World War? Like, is Japan bombing Pearl Harbor right now? Are we at the midst of, like, a massive defeat? Is Hitler about to invade across the English Channel? Like, what's happening here? Why do we need this much development? Why do we need so many weapons being produced on such a regular basis?
And that's why I think that it matters, that interview of 1987 where Trump was still like young and he wasn't even in government, and he was talking about the Iranian oil, that we need to get it. So it just reveals the reason. Then not the whole distraction thing. I'm sorry, being a little sick, by the way. I gotta head out. I have a phone call. I need to pick it up.
That's all right. One segment down, 32 more to go. Anyway, have a good one, Achilles.
Yep,
Thank you for being here. And take care. Alrighty, so moving on to our next segment that we have here. We have got from... Oh. No, hold on. I got to reorganize everything now. Dang it. I clicked on a different tab at some point, and now I got to play the super fun game of reorganizing all of my tabs. Oh, yeah. Dang it. I would have done the space exploration segment while Achilles was here if I knew that he had to go later. I mean, like, it's perfectly fine, obviously. If you've got to go do other things, that's fine. But I would have done the space exploration one with you right then and there, if I would have known that. But anyways, let's jump into our next segment. This is from The Guardian. I know, The Guardian. What a horrible news outlet. But anyways, everything is gone. Israel destroys entire villages in Lebanon. Rights groups fear the tactic of domicide trialed in Gaza, where entire areas are made uninhabitable, is being used again by William Christou and Abbas Abdel Karim in Beirut and Lucy Swan. The Israeli military has demolished entire villages as part of its invasion of South Lebanon, rigging homes with explosives and razing them to the ground in massive remote detonations. The Guardian reviewed 3 videos posted by the Israeli military and on social media, which showed Israel carrying out mass detonations in the villages of Tebeh, Nakura, and Deir Seran along the Israel-Lebanon border. Lebanese media has reported more mass detonations in other border villages, but satellite imagery was not readily available to verify these claims. The detonations came after Israel's Minister of Defense, Israel Katz, claimed the destruction of all houses in border villages, quote, in accordance with the model used in Rafah and Beit Harun in Gaza to stop threats to communities in northern Israel. The Israeli military destroyed 90% of homes in Rafah in South Gaza. The tactic of mass destruction of homes in Gaza, where Israel has been accused of committing genocide, was described as domicide by academics, a strategy that is used to systemically destroy and damage civilian housing to render entire areas uninhabitable. Let's take a look at the associated video here. Just literally just a town, just a town, just your average area, just getting blown up. And you know what? Everybody out there that watches that, right? While you may think of it as some place in the Middle East that you've never heard the name of before, I want you to imagine that this is some little fucking podunk town that either you grew up in or was right near where you grew up. Just imagine that that was the place that was getting utterly fucking leveled right now. I feel like your reaction might be a little bit more fucking strong than just, oh, whatever, just another fucking nothing fucking place that I've never heard of destroyed. The Israeli military has said that they are targeting Hezbollah infrastructures, such as tunnels and military facilities, which it claims the armed group has embedded in civilian homes through these demolitions. Of course, it's always Hezbollah or Hamas or some other fucking terror organization. That's always the fucking excuse for why they're going through these places and just destroying quite literally everything they can fucking find. Everything they can possibly fucking find that's standing, any brick that's standing on top of another, they're just gonna fucking make sure that it's leveled completely. Why? Because fuck you, fuck your right to exist, fuck your ability to fucking live on this land. It's rightfully ours because some Bronze Age fucking book told us so. What an absolute fucking travesty, dude. Israel has said that it will occupy vast swaths of South Lebanon, establishing a quote-unquote security zone in the entire area up to the Litani River, and that displaced people would not be allowed to return to their homes until the safety of Israel's northern cities is guaranteed, prompting concern there will be long-term displacement. Yeah, just little terrorism. Literal fucking terrorism being used on a national level. But wait, no. When you're an American, you don't imagine terrorists as government actors. You don't imagine government officials carrying out terrorism. It's got to be that fucking brown guy in a balaclava or a fucking turban that's carrying out the terrorism, right? That's the fucking image that most Americans get of a terrorist. Meanwhile, not only is their own government practicing terroristic fucking things within their country, but fucking the vassal state that they have in the Middle East is carrying out the exact same thing, just more overtly and on a mass scale. But hey, who fucking cares, right? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Just move on to the next fucking distraction, right? Let's look at the CEO eating a cheeseburger. That's the big fucking thing I need to worry about in my life right now. Like, what the fuck? Rights groups, however, have said that the mass remote detonations could amount to wanton destruction, a war crime. The laws of war prohibit the deliberate destruction of civilian homes except when necessary for lawful military reasons. Quote, the possibility that Hezbollah may use some civilian structures in Lebanon's border villages for military purposes does not justify the wide-scale destruction of entire villages along the border, said Ramzi Kais, the Lebanon researcher for Human Rights Watch. For residents of border villages who watched the videos of the destruction of their houses with horror, the detonations erased not only their homes, but also generations of memories. Quote, the first thing we saw was the town square being blown up. I have a shop there. A person's whole life is in that place. Their work, their memories, everything. Suddenly, you see it exploding in front of you, said Ahmad Abu Tam, a 56-year-old construction supply shop owner from Taibe. From that moment, I felt that I had become a refugee. I feel that I have no home. Abu Tam had also been displaced in the 2024 Hezbollah-Israel war. Though much of the village was damaged in that round of conflict, his return was still a joyous one. He took a picture of Deir Seran after its residents returned. String lights were hung over the town square, lighting up the town. Wow, that moment of hope and solidarity in times of war and conflict? Too bad, buddy! Another fucking bomb to go destroy what's left of your fucking hope. To destroy what's left of whatever fucking life you hope to build there. Why? Because Israel needs that land more than you do, buddy. Sorry. What a fucking travesty. Oh, hello, Robin. How are you doing today? Hope that you're doing well so far. I wish that I was. When you're covering stuff like this, you can only hope for your day to go so well, can't you? Unfortunately. Anyways, I forgot the displacement then and started rebuilding my shop from scratch without even feeling the fatigue. When you arrive, it feels like you've found something you lost. But this time, everything is gone. Everything has been wiped out, Abu Tom said. Ahmad Ibrahim, a 50-year-old farmer from Deir Siran, has only a few pictures of his house. He left the rest back home, leaving them behind as he fled the town on the 2nd of March, expecting that he would collect them when he came back. My whole life is there. I've never really left beyond 10 to 13 kilometers. It's a beautiful, typical village. At least it was before the war. Its people are kind and generous, Ibrahim said. So this is Ahmad Ibrahim's garden in the town of Taibeh. Photograph supplied by Ahmad Ibrahim. The weather in Lebanon is turning to spring, and Deir Saran will be becoming lush, its flowers in full bloom. After the months of winter rain, Ibrahim mourned the fact that his children would not enjoy springtime in their homes, but instead would spend it displaced. The children remember the good times, spring and summer evenings, going out to the fields, collecting flowers and herbs, having dinner outdoors, making tea over a fire, he said. For the children, it was a beautiful place to grow up. And I just, as an especially sentimental person, as somebody who really does hold on to places and to memories associated with places as strongly as I do, this shit breaks my fucking heart, man. Because when I see that shit, I imagine my fucking childhood home. I imagine the home that my fucking grandparents had. I imagine all the memories associated with that, and it just being up in smoke and gone and completely obliterated. And I just, man, it fucking rips my heart out. That's all I can say. Without getting too emotional. But Muhammad Hashem, a 65-year-old doctor, spent 15 years working 18-hour days to save up enough money to build up the Luna Motel in Nakhora. The multi-story hotel was built in 2012 and hosted foreign travelers, Lebanese vacationers, and off-duty UN peacekeepers, who all flocked to the seaside town, whose residents boasted of the most beautiful beaches in all of Lebanon. In summer, occupancy would reach 100%. We reached good ratings and awards. Overall, we were happy, living peacefully, with good productivity, said Hashem. It really was a family business. Hey, Dan. I know you might not be watching this directly, but hey, Dan. You know how you take a lot of pride in your landscaping business, and you take a lot of pride in the memories associated with that, and you're really sentimental because you have all those photos, and you really take pride in the fact that you got an award for that landscaping. Imagine if your home and all your landscaping supplies and all that hard work that you spent all those years building up of your own volition just got fucking destroyed overnight. Just gone. You got to start from scratch. You got to move on with nothing but with the clothes on your back and whatever you were able to carry with you out of there. That's it. I just want you to imagine that when you equivocate for what Israel is doing all the time. I want you to imagine that when you think that Israel is such a great fucking place and that it treats people so fucking well and all their actions are so fucking justified. I want you, you selfish fucking piece of shit, to look beyond the bridge of your fucking nose for 2 seconds and think about that. Think about what it would be like to have to go through that shit. But it doesn't matter, right? Because it's not you, right? You fucker. When news of the hotel's destruction was published, Hashem was overwhelmed by the outpouring of support from his former customers. Quote, "We received thousands of likes and comments. People expressed how much they loved the place. Our guests were always happy. Good prices, good service," he said. The story of villagers in Lebanon's south, which has been subject to Israeli invasion and occupation on and off since the late 1970s, is also one of displacement. Families from border villages are scattered across the world, in Australia, Africa, Europe, having searched for stability and livelihoods abroad. Wow! People fleeing a country in order to look elsewhere for a better life? I wonder what group of people had to do that all the time throughout human history. We keep causing suffering all over the world. It's true, Robin. It's really fucking sad, but it's true. That suffering is happening all over the world. And unfortunately, American taxpayers have an indirect but very real role in that shit. It's undeniable. And the more that people try to support shit like this, the less and less seriously I can take them as people. Anyways, we have a bit of a longer form video here. This is explaining the rise of Hezbollah. This is a video by Johnny Harris. I've played a few pieces of his content, and so far he's been pretty cool about that. So I'm going to play this piece of content from him as well, and hopefully it goes over all right.
Look at this map. This map shows the thousands of attacks that have occurred right here on this border, just over the past year, in this fight between Israel and one of their biggest regional enemies, Hezbollah. Hezbollah is one of the biggest armed groups in the world that isn't a nation's military. They have tens of thousands of trained soldiers and hundreds of thousands of missiles and rockets capable of reaching targets all across Israel. This threat led Israel to conduct a massive set of attacks against Hezbollah,
This large explosion was seen near Beirut's international airport,
in which they killed almost all of the group's top leaders, weakening Hezbollah immensely, followed by a full-on invasion by Israeli troops. The story of Hezbollah really starts when the vast Ottoman Empire broke apart in the early 1900s. Europeans came in and sliced all of this up, France taking all of this territory. But then they drew a line here to carve out this little mountainous region, one that was populated mostly by Maronite Christians. But the border didn't include just Christians. The French made sure to include this area to the east and this area to the south, areas that contained large populations of Shia Muslims, who were now forced into this new country where they were made a minority to the Christians, along with a few other religious groups. We're going to focus a lot down here, on this Shia heartland that would eventually become one of the most important regions in the whole Middle East. In 1943, Lebanon gains its independence from France. It creates a constitution meant to balance the power between all of these religious groups. But that balance wouldn't last, mostly thanks to what started happening down here, where another set of borders were being carved into the Middle East. The British had controlled this, but in 1948 they left, and the UN helped draw these new lines, creating a new Israel and Palestinian state. Decades of war forced out millions of Palestinians, many of whom ended up here in Lebanon. These Palestinians are mostly Sunni Muslim, so this upsets the carefully laid power balance in Lebanon and further marginalizes the Shia Muslims who were fighting for their place in the country. Then in 1971, an armed militia made up of Palestinians called the Palestinian Liberation Organization moves to Lebanon, and they turn this whole region, which again was made up of mostly Shias, into their own little mini-state. You start to see that Lebanon is descending into division between the different militias and powers controlling parts of the country. And in the mid-70s, it all breaks down into a full-fledged civil war between a dizzying number of religious factions. It's a war that will pull in much of the Middle East. And it's a war whose most important region is down here, in this border zone between Israel and Lebanon, the place that will soon give rise to Hezbollah. Now let's talk about Syria. They're here right next door and they're watching this civil war. And they decide to invade, to prop up the Maronite Christian ruling class, who've become Syria's allies. They want to do this to prevent the civil war from spilling over into their territory. At this point, Syria also considers annexing...
By the way, the massive Christian population in Lebanon, conveniently ignored by the American evangelical community when they're subjected to these constant attacks by Israel, the same way that they are conveniently ignored when they happen in Palestine or in Gaza, because it doesn't matter. When they're Christians that are an ocean away, those people, fuck them.
The entire country of Lebanon, making it a part of Syria. But eventually the relationship between Syria and Maronite Christians breaks down, and Syria continues to occupy this part of the country. Meanwhile, to the south, Israel fears that Syria is growing too powerful. It also wants to wipe out the PLO, who is attacking them across the border from Lebanon. So in 1978, Israel enters the fray, invading from the south and driving deep into the country. Israel succeeds in temporarily suppressing the PLO, but in the process, it displaces hundreds of thousands of locals, most of them Shia Muslims. It eventually withdraws after a UN resolution. But then in 1982, after more PLO attacks, Israel invades again, this time pushing all the way to Beirut, fighting both the PLO and Syria. And this is where the conflict takes on a new dimension. It's 1979. And over in Iran, the people have risen up against the US-backed dictator in this Islamic revolution led by a Shia Muslim cleric who wants to spread this revolution throughout the region. He's looking for allies. And in 1982, they find their perfect match here in southern Lebanon. It's a militia that rose to defend against outsiders trampling their heartland. It's called Hezbollah, which means Party of God. Iran picked this group in particular because it shares its goals of Islamic revolution and a deep distrust and disdain for Israel. Iran starts providing Hezbollah with money, weapons, soldiers, training, and leadership. And in return, Hezbollah proclaims loyalty to the Iranian Revolution and its supreme leader. What started as Lebanon's civil war is now a regional war that is heating up. So the United States enters, leading an international peacekeeping mission to try to calm these tensions. But of course, Hezbollah and Iran hate this. They now have two prime targets in their backyard, Israel and these Western powers led by the US. So in 1983, they launch a series of terrorist attacks. A truck bomb detonated in front of a US and French barracks in Beirut that kills over 300 people. Most of the world blames not only Hezbollah, but also its backer, Iran. The fighting continues until 1989, when the many groups fighting this civil war come to a peace agreement, one that bans all militias and requires them to give their weapons back to the government. But there's a big catch here. Israel still occupies what they call this security buffer zone in southern Lebanon. So the peace agreement makes an exception specifically for efforts that resist the Israeli occupation, aka they allow Hezbollah to continue to exist, turning them into something more than just one of these militias fighting for their group. It gives them a kind of official status to continue acting as a defender of southern Lebanon, the country's bulwark against Israel. They also develop into more of a political party that gains seats in Lebanon's legislature, kind of serving as a parallel government, providing social services in the areas that it controls.
Whoops, sorry. Robin says in the side chat, fucking holy wars. You know, I agree with that sentiment largely, but it does have to be remembered that while this is supposedly a holy war, in reality, I have no doubts in my mind that the Ayatollahs were opportunists. They knew that there was a large Shia population within Iran that was fundamentally pissed off with the way that the Shah was conducting affairs, with the way that he was suppressing religious practices within the country. Being done the way that the clerics wanted them to be done. So, while there's definitely this holy war aspect, I think that it's also definitely a cynical tool that's being used in order to gain power on a broader stage. Why can't these people let their gods fight and leave us out of it? Because unfortunately, Robin, if they let their gods fight, they wouldn't materially benefit from that. That's the precise reason why I say that it's a cynical undertone for why these holy wars happen. Because ultimately, it's just this really weird coincidence throughout human history that anytime there's a holy war, the people that are fighting for God always just happen to be the ones that gain all the benefits and rewards of that holy war. I don't know why. It's really strange that way, isn't it?
So let's look at Hezbollah in this moment, because they find themselves in the middle of shifting power games in the Middle East, balancing their mandate to defend their Shia heartland, which was their founding motivation, but also trying to gain further influence in the region, while also appeasing the demands of their major supporter, Iran. In 2005, Lebanon's prime minister is assassinated, and most Lebanese blame Hezbollah, along with its other foreign supporter, Syria. Lebanese people rise up in mass protest, and Syria eventually withdraws its forces that have occupied Lebanon for 28 years. Hezbollah is disgraced. Its legitimacy is supposed to come from resisting foreign meddling, and it's becoming clear that they have become a pawn in the geopolitical game of regional powers, Syria and Iran. But the group is able to turn Syria's withdrawal into their advantage. The Syrian occupation had kept Lebanon somewhat stable, so as soon as they left, it creates this power vacuum and allows Hezbollah to take more territory, ramping up attacks across the border against Israel and leading to another brief war with the IDF. Hezbollah continues to be a useful proxy for Iran, and Iran continues to fund them and arm them. And by 2011, Iran and Syria pull Hezbollah into another unpopular conflict, Syria's civil war. But this hurts Hezbollah's reputation because now they're fighting on behalf of Syria's brutal Iran-backed regime. These once liberators have turned into foot soldiers of oppression, doing the bidding of outsiders. But its last source of legitimacy continues to be its resistance to Israel, something that Lebanon's own government is too weak to do. This remains their source of legitimacy today. So, on October 7th, 2023, when Hamas and Israel descended into this most recent war, Hezbollah jumped in, launching more attacks against Lebanon's southern border. This is meant to support Hamas in the Gaza Strip and to threaten Israel with a war on two fronts. At first, it seemed to be working. Tens of thousands of Israelis have had to evacuate the towns and villages in northern Israel. So Israel started firing back across the border, forcing 90,000 people in southern Lebanon from their homes. This, in addition to Israeli strikes on Iranian proxies and military officials, led Iran to fire its first ever direct strike on Israel, trying to deter it from going any further. But it didn't work. In September of 2024, Israel escalated, surprising Hezbollah with a series of attacks that killed a large part of the group's top leadership, including their decades-long leader. A few days later, Israel sent troops across this border, with the goal of further weakening Hezbollah, trying to make the situation safe for Israelis to return home to the north of the country. And now, with Hezbollah in shambles, its sponsor Iran felt compelled to act.
What we are all seeing with our own eyes is a major attack from Iran.
It's a major attack, Dana, and it's an escalation.
So even if Hezbollah eventually begins to rebuild itself, it's unclear what role they will play in Iran's proxy network. But what is clear is that the clash between these two Middle East powers remains the central force animating this region towards more and more violence. Look at this map. This map
all right. So, Big Bad Mama says it's the oligarchs causing the war and using religion to control the people. And I'd largely agree with that, Big Bad Mama. They're the ones that benefit from these conflicts. They're the ones that stand to, by far, have the most to gain from these conflicts. Given what was said there about Hamas, or sorry, not just Hamas, but Hezbollah, rather. I just want people to know that when I go against the IDF, and I say that the IDF is a bunch of pieces of shit, that's not me saying that Hezbollah is great or that Hamas is great, because both of those organizations have a very fucking troubled past, and both of those organizations have supported very fucking horrible people, right? Especially with Hezbollah's support of Assad, who was fucking, yeah, he was a monster. I know that there are some that think that he wasn't, but I mean, it's pretty definitive based on what we saw, how he ran his government. I mean, he was Syria's Saddam. Let's face it. He was a strong man, but he didn't have anywhere near the same amount of charisma as Saddam or the political acumen as Saddam. And that's why Saddam will always be remembered far more than Bashar al-Assad ever will. Because while they're both horrible pieces of shit, there's degrees of effectiveness behind being a horrible piece of shit, right? Anyways, it's not that I support Hezbollah, it's that I'm against the systemic elimination of these villages. I'm against the systemic bombing of schools, of hospitals, of civilian infrastructure under the guise of all of it supposedly being under the control of Hezbollah or Hamas, right? I'm against the displacement of tens of thousands of people from that region. All of that bullshit is what I'm against, all right? So both of those sides are fucked up. Both of those sides are doing horrible shit. And let's face it, when has that not been the fucking case throughout human history? Okay? Even in World War II, one of the most fucking overt wars as far as who the quote-unquote good guys and the bad guys were, right? Don't get me wrong, you're not going to find me calling the Nazis or the Japanese the good guys, right? But some of the shit that we did when it came to the fire bombings of Dresden or the fucking rape of women in that in Germany and Japan as well, and captured Japanese outposts, the nurses that would be raped. That goes for both sides. Both of those sides participated in horrific acts over the course of that war. And that's my point, is that even when you have the most overt example of good guy versus bad guy, there's still going to be fucked up shit happening, because war makes the worst out of every participant. It turns you into the worst version of yourself, because the worst version of yourself is the one that needs to be able to, is the one that gets out alive 90% of the time. Unfortunately, people have to wonder, do I get rid of that prisoner that I have with me? Because maybe he's got a grenade in his boot. Maybe he's got a knife. Who knows? Right? It takes average, everyday people, and it makes them do some of the fucking worst things possible. Which is why it's not necessarily always a good guy and bad guy thing. It's that war conceptually is awful. Oh God, who fucking said it? I don't remember much from MASH as a I don't remember much from that show, right? I remember that my grandparents would watch it every once in a while, but there was a quote that the doctor gives on that show, or at least one of the major ones on that show gives. I don't remember his fucking name, but it still sticks with me to this day, where they're talking about war. And they're talking about how, war is hell. It's a line you've heard 1,000 times before. And the doctor corrects him and he says, no, I don't think that war is hell. War is war and hell is hell. And if anything, war is a lot worse than hell. The other guy's taken aback. He's like, what? How could war be worse than hell? What do you mean by that? And he's like, well, in hell, every single person in hell are people that, according to the Holy Book, according to the Bible, they deserve to be there. They're sinners. They're people who defied God. So every single person that's in hell deserves to be there. In war, there are countless innocent participants. That's just part of the very nature of war. So that always stuck with me. Because without even being a Christian, and while disagreeing with the morality of the Bible quite fundamentally, I can see where the fuck he's coming from with that shit. I really can. War is worse than hell. It's the worst fucking thing that humanity has ever produced. Because let's face it, environmental degradation, like all of the other things that we've done, they're really bad. But war begets all of that shit. It wraps all of the worst aspects of our species into one nice, neat little fucking package and hands it to us on a platter that is made of just countless examples of suffering and death and destruction. It's horrific. And one more example of what I was talking about, I'm going to play this clip. And then we're going to move on. Oh, Robin says, Albert Einstein said, I do not know when World War III will happen, but I know World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. Yeah, it's true. You did say that, and that's very accurate. Because we're at a point now as a species where if we do decide, you know what, fuck you, buddy. Oh, yeah? Well, fuck you, buddy. We're going to do another giant war. Yeah, that's it. That's it. We're just done. As a species. It's just over. So thankfully, we've had the restraint, as of yet, to not just go completely fucking apeshit on each other as a species. But we'll see. We'll see. With absolute fucking idiots like Trump at the wheel. Unfortunately, there's a part of me that says that it's only a matter of time. But, I mean, please no. Please no. I really don't want to have to go through. I don't think anybody wants to have to go through a nuclear holocaust. So the top title says, Flatten It Like Gaza. What the occupation is doing in South Lebanon. So make no mistake, after they go through and they bomb everything, they make sure to take everything out that's left. Oh, there's a little ruin over there. There's a little bit of something left of a house over there. That's going to be gone. Don't you worry. Oh, that's going to be gone by the end of the day. So there's one thing that these fucking monsters are efficient at. It's wrecking the lives of other people. It's wreaking as much fucking havoc on other people to cause them as much misery as possible. And if you don't think that that's one of their primary objectives when they do shit like that, is to demoralize them and to remove any kind of hope from them, remove any kind of, oh man, maybe I'll be able to grow up with a somewhat normal life where I don't have to worry about getting fucking blown up by a goddamn Moab on my way to school, you know? That's what they're trying to take away from these people. And it's fucking evil, is what it is. Alright? And I don't even believe in that conceptually. I don't believe in evil as a concept. But if anything fucking suits it as a definition, this is fucking it. Shit like this right here that I'm about to show you. Refugee camp full of fucking tents. Full of tents! Of people who've already had their homes destroyed. These people have already been displaced. They're already living in fear of their lives. And guess what? We gotta bomb the tents, too. We gotta make sure those are fucking blown up as well. Because fuck those people, right? God, anybody out there who fucking supports this shit, go and fuck yourself. Please. Do everybody and yourself a favor and go and fuck yourself. Raw. You horrible, indigent excuses of human beings who look at shit like that and either fucking make jokes about it or just fucking cavalierly shrug and move on about your day as though that isn't some of the most horrific fucking shit you've ever seen in your life. Refugee tents being destroyed. Who cares, right? Anyways, let's take a look at just how well America's doing on the international stage, guys. Because they've been, if there's one thing I've noticed, a lot of these countries are getting real fucking sick of America's shit. They're getting real fucking sick of America's shit. So let's see how they react. How the international community reacts to what's going on here at the United Nations.
War, chaos, violence, and more unsafe world comes to mind. But if we're being honest, that's also the world that we're living in now. With the UN. So my friends across the street worry that with President Trump's peacemaking,
What time is it? It's like yeah, please. It's been 7 hours. Right, this is going on for like 13 minutes.
Is the Dow still up 50,000?
Praise be to Allah.
So just humor me for a
In
second.
the words of our president.
What an absolute fucking joke. What an absolute joke. Congratulations, America. You're the world's laughingstock. You're the entire planet's laughingstock. Everybody's laughing at you because you're actively fucking going around to every little fucking spot in the world that you possibly can to wreck shit and destroy it. And here you are, bald-face lying to the entire international community, saying, oh yeah, we're trying to get peace. What fucking peace? What peace? I don't see it. I don't think anybody else fucking does either. But anyways, let's move on to our next segment that we've got here.
Trump's former spiritual advisor has been released from jail after serving just 6 months for molesting a 12-year-old girl. Robert Morris, the 64-year-old founder of Gateway Church, one of the largest megachurches in America, walked out of an Oklahoma jail just after midnight after completing the 6-month jail portion of his plea deal. Morris pleaded guilty last October to 5 counts of indecent acts with a minor. The offenses began on Christmas night in 1982 when Morris was a traveling evangelist staying at the victim's family home. Cindy Clemishire says she was molested over a 4.5-year period, starting when she was just 12. Morris served on Trump's Evangelical Advisory Board during his 2016 campaign and hosted Trump at his church in 2020, where Trump called him a great person with a great reputation. Under his plea deal, Morris received a 10-year suspended sentence, but served only 6 months. He must now register as an offender for life and serve 9.5 years of probation. Trump's former
6 months. 6 months, that's all this guy had to do. 6 months in probably some fucking low-sec bullshit. And even if he was put in high-sec, he was probably isolated from everybody else. Isolated from everybody else, because you know what they do to kitty diddlers in prison. If there's anything the average person knows about prison, it's what they do to people who diddle kids. So you know this guy got the best, cushiest fucking treatment. He got the Ghislaine Maxwell treatment. He probably got his own fucking puppy. Just like Ghislaine Maxwell. Fucking piece of shit. He only gets 6 months, and then he has to register as an offender for life. Oh no. Talk about the definition of a fucking slap on the wrist. How is this anything short of a fucking slap on the wrist? This guy did this shit for decades. Decades. He is a fucking systemic, he fucking perpetrated this shit. He abused his power to continuously do this. And what does he get? He gets 6 months, and then for the next 9.5 years, he's on probation. Yeah. I'm sure he has to wear an ankle monitor and everything, right? I'm sure it's not the fucking most stringent form of probation possible where a fucking PO shows up every, fucking week. It's just like, so how's it going, buddy? They fucking do a little chin wag. He probably gets some fucking champagne or something while he's there. What a fucking great system we live in, guys. What an awesome fucking system.
where the president of the United States has a kitty diddler serving as his fucking spiritual advisor. This guy who's anointed by the Lord, anointed by Jesus Christ himself, as a kitty diddler, serving as his spiritual advisor, and you mean to tell me that Trump is super fucking against this guy? When all that he gets as a direct result of what fucking happened, for all the victims that he fucking created, he gets 6 months. Yeah, he definitely fucking hates that guy. No favoritism going on there whatsoever. Sounds like the kind of spiritual advisor Arvind would support. Very true, Kent. Very true. You know, it's shockingly common how frequent the overlap is between religion and that, isn't it? It's almost like a system that inherently is designed to take advantage of the vulnerable and the weak in society. A system where when you look at the proprietors of it, 90% of them have stories akin to, I was really down on my luck and things were going really horrible for me. But then I found Jesus and everything turned out great. All of these people at the bottom of their lives are confronted with Christianity and then accept it. That's when you see so many of these people that embrace this idea. And you really mean to tell me that that overlap doesn't also occur when it comes to the weakness and vulnerability of children? When it doesn't come to the naivete that children inherently have as a result of their comparative inexperience to the people that are in positions of authority? And obviously not every single person that's religious has those tendencies, right? It's not the claim that I'm making, but the idea that this isn't a result of that overlap, of that exploitation of people at their weakest moments, if that really isn't at least a correlation, then I don't know what the fuck is. It's sickening, is what it is. And the fact of the matter is that while not every single person that's religious does this, the Venn diagram overlap needs to be fucking called out, alright? Anyways, let us be moving of the on to our next segment that we have coming up here. That being, this 2014 Pam Bondi ad has gone viral after her testimony. Let's see what Pam Bondi have to say way back in 2014. Oh boy.
Florida ranks third nationally in calls for help for human trafficking, where young women and children are enslaved and abused. I knew we needed all hands on deck. Businesses and hospitals to spot it, our great law enforcement to stop it, and tougher penalties to punish it. We're taking on Medicaid fraud, pill mills, gangs, and more, and I'll fight to put human trafficking monsters where they belong, behind bars.
Pam Bondi, our Attorney General.
Wow. And that's exactly what she went on to go do, guys. Pam Bondi went on to fucking spearhead the Epstein investigation the moment that she had all of the fucking files, all of the victims were... The only delay was due to the fact that all of the victims' names were redacted and every single perpetrator's name was released so that the public could know what happened. Wait, that's not what happened at all. No, she actually helped participate in the idea that, they're on my desk, but then also it's a giant hoax. The Democrats actually made it all up. Never mind. You guys actually still want to see it? Okay, we'll release some of them. We released some of them, and so yeah, okay, it's got some really bad stuff in it and stuff, but okay, I'll talk with the survivors, and then she doesn't even look at them, and now she's been fucking subpoenaed to appear to talk about the fucking Epstein files, and one of the biggest you know what? I'm getting ahead of myself. I am getting ahead of myself. Behind gold bars. That's right. That's right, Sandals. Behind the finest gold bars. hours, weeping into the finest satin pillow for 6 straight months, that man did. He learned his fucking lesson, Sandals. Let me tell you, if anybody learned their lesson, it was that guy. No, but anyways, let me not get ahead of myself too much. Let's play this next clip. Now, I wasn't able to find a unedited version of this clip except for BuzzFeed. And unfortunately, BuzzFeed is BuzzFeed, guys. Let's face it. The whole internet is mocking this Republican over his very, very, very weird statement about Trump. And it's like, guys, it's fucking Todd Blanche. And I know that you put it in the description. To be fair, you did put that it was Todd Blanche. But why this Republican in the top header? Surely you should put Todd Blanche just so that there's like no confusion. Anyway, I'm just nitpicking at this point. Let's see what he has to say.
I love working for President Trump. It's the greatest honor of a lifetime. And if President Trump chooses to keep me as acting, that's an honor. If he chooses to nominate me, that's an honor. If he chooses to nominate somebody else and I go back to being the DAG, that's an honor. If he chooses to nominate somebody else and asks me to go do something else, I will say, thank you very much. I love you, sir. So I don't have any goals or aspirations beyond that.
And then just a quick question.
God, what a fucking God. This is like, these are the kind of people Trump likes to surround himself with. You know how he always calls the people that goes against him losers? You know what the definition of a loser is to most people that are actually winners? Whimpering, simpering, vacillating, limp-wristed little bitches like this guy.
Oh, if he nominates me, that's an honor. And if he nominates somebody else, that's an honor. And if he comes to my house and mounts my wife and says, I'm gonna ride your wife right now and you're gonna watch, that'd be an honor too, quite frankly, you know, because it's just so nice even being within Trump's like general vicinity, even to be within Trump's aura. I just love the man so much. He's so beautiful.
Like, what a little fucking bitch, dude. Holy shit. It's no wonder that this guy fires so many people. Because guess what, Trump? When you get to the high echelons of American government, typically, under a system that's fairly meritocratic, right? Say what you will about most of the fucking power structure, but once you get to the top of American politics, you really do have to, at least for the majority of American history, have to demonstrate your own ability in order to get to the very top. You want to be Speaker of the House? You want to be the fucking Supreme... You want to be a Supreme Court Justice? You want to be the Attorney General? You got to show that you're a cut above everybody else due to your ability. And that usually necessitates being pretty fucking level-headed and capable of independent thought. But those are not the kind of people that Trump evidently wants to surround himself with. He wants to surround himself with a bunch of fucking crony yes men that will just do anything that he says. And let's face it, even if they do everything that he says, even if they toe the line, it's still not enough for him. Pam Bondi's a great example of that. Because Pam Bondi did everything she could to toe the line. She wouldn't even look at the fucking Epstein survivors when they were right behind her. Why? Because she was trying to safeguard her career. And why did it blow up in her face? Well, I don't know. I guess we'll have to find out, won't we? In the very next segment coming at you right now, ladies and gentlemen, this one being Acting AG says nobody has any idea why Pam Bondi was fired except for Trump. Nobody has any idea. Let's just say, right? Let's say that this is true. Let's just give Todd Pussy Blanche the benefit of the doubt, right? And say that this was exactly the case. Nobody knew but Trump. That's so fucking stupid. To have the top level of government be unaware of why the Attorney fucking General,
was fired from her position, except for Donald Trump. You mean to tell me that that doesn't ring exactly like some fucking Louis XIV in the Palace of Versailles talking to his fucking servants about who's going to get the next fucking position as Minister of fucking Wine Imports or some shit like that? Like, that's exactly the kind of fucking motif and imagery that this guy is trying to build for himself in real time. Even just publicly. I don't believe for a second that nobody but Trump knows that. But the fact that that's the public-facing reason is that nobody but Trump knows. That's why I can't give you an explanation. That just tells me everything I need to know about the fucking authoritarian nature of this government. Because the implicit message behind that is nobody but Trump needs to know. Nobody but Trump. Who fucking cares why Pam Bondi got fired? Person who's concerned about who the top lawyer in the entire fucking country is going to be. You don't need to know that, plebeian. That's for somebody in the oligarchy to know about, pissant. Now fuck off. That's the implicit fucking message in shit like this. Alright? That's the quiet part being said out loud. Anyways, moving on to our next segment. This is going to be a bit of a longer one, and it's going to be a little torturous because it's going to be 6 unadulterated minutes of Melania Trump, and I'm very sorry. We did Melania without Melania earlier, but now we have to do Melania with Melania, unfortunately, because they haven't done that version yet. Juliet Jesk decoding Fox News, that's your signal to get on that, please, because I still will play that version on this show because you do a very good reading. Anyways, let's take a look at this next one that we have here, because Melania Trump just kind of out of nowhere decided to do a pretty rare press conference. She's not well known for getting out there and doing press conferences on much of anything, let alone the topic that she decided to do this press conference on. Let's take a look.
Good afternoon. The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect. I do not object to their ignorance, but rather I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation. I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City and Palm Beach. To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell. My email...
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt for just a quick second, First Lady. Thank you very much. So this idea that, I knew him, but I only knew him because it was common to know people like that in the social circles within places like that. It's like, okay, just giving you the benefit of the doubt that that's the only reason why you happened to know Epstein. Let's just make that comparison with somebody in, fucking high school or middle school or college or whatever the fuck the average everyday person would be able to use an analog of that for. Let's take a look at that, right? You're in college and you know somebody in that college who's just a real fucking piece of shit, You've known for a long time that they're a piece of shit. You know they suck. You know that they're doing really horrible things to people behind the scenes. You even know that they've gotten into some trouble before, as far as like essaying a woman or two. in this example, right? And yet the excuse that you give when your parents find out, hey, why are you hanging out with the guy that's essaying a bunch of women? The response that you give is, oh, well, you know, I hang around them because they go to the same school as me, and therefore it is common for us to hang around. No, that's not how social circles fucking work. Like, do they really think that because they're on some higher echelon of society, that somehow their humanity, the social instinct that drives people to have specific social connections with other people that they have like interest with, do they think that the average everyday person's gonna go, you know what, they got a lot of money so they can just turn that part of their brain off? No! Obviously fucking not. If you knew that he was a piece of shit, which is what fucking Trump's official narrative on this shit is, by the way, is that he knew that fucking Epstein was a piece of shit, and he knew ever since the early 2000s and all that shit, and even well before that, because remember when he said he was an FBI informant? Remember that fucking narrative? Anyways, I'm getting too sidetracked. Let's hear what Melania has to say.
Reply to Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more than casual correspondence. My polite reply to her email doesn't amount to anything more than a trivial note. I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. I met my husband by chance at the New York City.
Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. Where was anybody making that claim? I don't think I remember anybody making that. That's just such a weird, specific claim. You know? Like, what's going on with all that? It's I don't know. I might just have an explanation or two after this video. Stay tuned.
Party in 1998. This initial encounter with my husband is documented in detail in my book, Melania. The first time I crossed paths with Epstein was in the year 2000 at an event Donald and I attended together. At the time, I had never met Epstein and had no knowledge of his criminal undertakings. Numerous fake images and statements about Epstein and me have been circulating on social media.
Well, it's not calculating. That's a good try. That's a good attempt at a read. It's circulating on social media, man. I know. You're a first-generation immigrant, and English isn't your first language. But given your husband's policies, I can't help but kind of hold you to the standards that your husband holds other people to, right? You're kind of the most powerful woman in all of America. Can you please, read the script properly? I don't think that that's going too far, is all that I'm saying. But anyways, even with that in mind, I do agree. There are a bunch of fake images of Melania and Epstein that are circulating on social media. If there's one thing that I do have to give her, it is that. I went and fact-checked a whole bunch of images that I saw of Melania and Epstein together that have been circulating over the past few days. And the majority, not all of them, but the majority of them have been verified to be fake. So it's important to point those things out where they exist, right? I am not an Epstein victim. He didn't introduce me to Trump. If he had introduced you to Trump, would that mean Melania is an Epstein victim? That's a good point, actually, Claude. I didn't fucking catch that. I did not catch that string of logic there at all. But yeah, what kind of fucking lack of logic is that? If you were introduced to him through Epstein, that would therefore make you an Epstein victim? No. No, you'd be an Epstein victim if you got flew to the fucking island and got your basic humanity stripped away from you for days, weeks, months, or years on end. As untold numbers of men took advantage of you in ways that I would immediately be fucking thrown off of this website for talking about overtly. Right? That's how you're made a fucking victim of Jeffrey Epstein, Melania. Good fucking catch, Claude.
For years now. Be cautious about what you believe. These images and stories are completely false. I'm not a witness or a named witness in connection with any of Epstein's crimes. My name has never appeared in court documents, depositions, victim statements, or FBI interviews surrounding the Epstein matter. I have never had any knowledge of Epstein abuse of his victims. I was never involved in any capacity. I was not a participant, was never on Epstein's plane, and never visited his private island. I have never been legally accused or convinced of a crime in connection with Epstein's sex trafficking.
Convicted! For fuck's sakes. Like, really, I'm sorry. I hate to be so fucking meh, but like, you're the fucking First Lady of the United States. Convicted. Just take a quick second or correct yourself. Don't just brazenly bowl ahead and just be like, oh, they will correct me later in the transcript. It is okay. Like, no, fucking correct yourself. God.
Abuse of minors, and other repulsive behavior. The false smears about me from mean-spirited and politically motivated individuals and entities looking to cause damage to my good name, to gain financially and climb politically, must stop. My attorneys and I have fought these unfounded and baseless lies with success and will continue to maintain my sound reputation without hesitation. To date, several individuals and companies have been legally obligated to publicly apologize and retract their lies about me, such as Daily Beast, James Carville, and HarperCollins, UK. Now is the time.
Now keep in mind, for those that are going to watch this, I do have a Daily Beast article that has been pulled. And while she mentions the Daily Beast here, this article that I have pulled has been published after this. So this is not the one that she's referring to. People may try to misconstrue those things and conflate those two things together. But if that were the case, then I just simply have to ask those people, how could it be covering this exact event here if it wasn't written after the fact, right? Anyways, let's keep going.
For Congress to act. Epstein was not alone. Several prominent male executives resigned from their powerful positions after this matter became widely politicized. Of course, this doesn't amount to guilt, but we still must work openly and transparently to uncover the truth. I call on Congress to provide the women who have been victimized by Epstein with a public hearing specifically centered around the survivors. Give these victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress with the power of sworn testimony.
Oh, that's true. You know what? Honestly, I said earlier that I had to give Melania one thing. If I have to give her one thing way more than even the last one that I gave her, it's the fact that at least here, this is her openly stating that Congress needs to have a hearing for the Epstein victims specifically centered around the Epstein victims, to be able to give their testimony about what happened to them, which is something that her husband has specifically been trying to prevent over months now. So once again, much like the conundrum that I spoke about earlier with Lupin, about Alex Jones and about how him and fucking Gaytard Preteen and all these other fucking idiots out there that like fucking love Alex Jones and think that he's such great shit, that love him so much. I just have to ask, once again, not only with Alex Jones, but with Melania, who's right? I'm sure it's just going to happen once again to be Trump. It's definitely not going to be Melania. I'm going to predict that. I have a feeling that if asked, who's right here, Melania or Trump, as far as whether or not the Epstein victims should have a congressional hearing to be able to give their fucking accounts of what happened. I have a small fucking inkling in my mind, a feeling, a hunch, you might even say, that the response would be something along the lines of, Trump knows what he's doing way more than Belch Melania when it comes to this stuff, so it's Trump, you know? Like, that's exactly what he would say. Precisely, if I do say so myself. But, on top of the fact that, while I agree that there have been faulty things circulating about Melania online, I have to give her credit where it's due. She's actually advocating for victim accountability here, which is something that Trump has not fucking done one time this entire investigation. So yeah, credit where credit is due. Trump is the king of right, is never Belch. Welcome back, Achilles. Hope you're doing well, my friend. All right, let's continue with this, though. I think we've given Melania her due for saying that.
Each and every woman should have her day to tell her story in public if she wishes, and then her testimony should be permanently entered into the congressional record. Then, and only then, we will have the truth. Thank you.
So yeah, what a weird press conference. What a little oddball of a press conference, am I right? Unless there was a specific event that happened that very same day that's like massively coincidental at the very best reading of the scenario. Amanda Ungaro arrived in the United States on Jeffrey Epstein's plane at 17. Now she's going after Melania Trump from Brazil. And say what you will, I do have a Daily Beast article, but Yahoo News is viewed as a lot more reliable of a source than something like the Daily Beast. I agree that the Daily Beast can definitely have a lot more of a slant to it, and I actually disagree with even the labeling the Daily Beast gives on the article that I pulled. However, it does have details regarding Ungaro that come from her that are in that article that are not present in this one. So that's the main reason why I pulled the Daily Beast article. Anyways, let's get into this one. On the same day, First Lady Melania Trump stood in the White House grand foyer to deny any connection to Jeffrey Epstein. A series of posts from a woman named Amanda Ungaro started racking up hundreds of thousands of views on X. The posts were direct replies to Melania's archived First Lady account. They were personal, combative, and specific. Ungaro claimed a relationship with the First Lady spanning 2 decades. She referenced being detained by ICE. She threatened legal action. One post pulled in over 300,000 views, and another topped 46,000. The internet immediately wanted to know who she was.
The answer, as it turns out, connects Jeffrey Epstein, the man who introduced the Trumps, a senior ICE official, and a custody battle that ended in deportation. Amanda Ungaro is a Brazilian former model who arrived in the United States around 2002. She was 16 or 17 years old, according to a New York Times investigation and reporting corroborated by numerous outlets. She flew to New York on Jeffrey Epstein's private plane from Paris. Her modeling agent at the time was Jean-Luc Brunel, who was later accused of procuring young women for Epstein. Brunel died in a French jail in 2022 while awaiting trial on charges of rape and sexual assault of minors. Ungaro has been cited in recent discussions as a survivor of the Epstein network. In New York, Ungaro became the partner of Paolo Zampoli, an Italian-American modeling agent. Zampoli is the man who introduced Donald Trump to Melania Krause in 1998, a fact both the Trumps and Zampoli have publicly confirmed for years. Zampoli and Ungaro were together for roughly 2 decades. They had a son. Both secured United Nations ambassadorships, Zampoli representing Dominica, Ungaro representing Grenada. They attended Donald Trump's first inauguration in 2017 and, according to reporting, sat at Melania's table during the dinner. Getty Images has over 300 photos of Ungaro at diplomatic receptions, galas, and events alongside Zampoli, often in rooms that included figures from the Trump orbit. This was not someone on the margins. Zampoli certainly serves as Trump's special representative for global partnerships and sits on the board of the Kennedy Center. The relationship between Zampoli and Ungaro ended bitterly. They separated permanently in 2021, and a custody battle over their teenage son followed. In June 2025, Ungaro was arrested in Miami on fraud charges related to a medical spa. According to the New York Times, Zampoli saw an opportunity. He contacted David Ventrella, a senior ICE official, and explained that his ex was in the country on a long-expired visa. During a call to ICE's Miami field office, Venturella noted that the case was important to someone close to the White House. ICE agents picked Ungaro up before she could post bail. She was deported to Brazil. So yeah, she just gets fucking memory hold, essentially. Just forget about her.
Never mind about her. She's gone now. She's in some random Brazilian jungle somewhere, for all I know.
She's just gone all of a sudden. And why? Why is she gone all of a sudden? It's really weird, isn't it? Zampoli had denied seeking special treatment or requesting that Ungaro be detained. The Department of Homeland Security said any suggestion that she was targeted for political reasons is false. A spokesperson for the First Lady said at the time that Melania had, quote, no knowledge of nor involvement in the matter. Ungaro, speaking from Brazil after her deportation, described the experience as devastating. There is no verified evidence that Ungaro's posts prompted Melania Trump's Epstein statement on Thursday. Right. But, like, what would direct evidence of those two? Like, genuinely. What would direct evidence of Melania doing that imply? We would have to have such comprehensive knowledge of Melania Trump's life, well beyond what even the average American has in terms of privacy.
in order to make absolutely sure that she said at one point in time, specifically, that this statement was being done because of what Ungaro said. But the undeniable truth is that this statement did follow Ungaro's statements that were made. Like, as far as, like, the backlash, it's absolutely fucking apparent that this statement has a fucking motive. She was trying to get ahead of something. Right? People were saying that even at the time before this started coming out about Ungaro. Like, people were just calling out. I saw it every day, like on my shorts, leading up to this kind of being made a story. That she's trying to get ahead of something. Otherwise, why would she do this? When she did. Just randomly. Oh, hey guys, I know that the Epstein investigation has been going on for months and months, years at this point. But now is the time that I'm going to come forward and name the fact that I wasn't a victim of Jeffrey Epstein and this, that, and the other thing. Clearly, she was trying to get ahead of something. It seems like this is that thing. By the way, for anybody out there that happens not to have liked the show so far, please drop a like on the show. Helps the channel out a whole bunch. But with that being said, I'm going to continue with this story. The Latin Times, one of the first outlets to examine the connection, noted explicitly that no major outlet has confirmed a link between the two events. But the collision is hard to ignore. On the same day, the First Lady used the White House podium to say the lies about her and Epstein needed to end. A woman who arrived in this country on Epstein's plane, whose ex-partner introduced the Trumps, who sat at Melania's inauguration table, and who was deported after that same ex-partner contacted ICE, was directing posts at Melania from Brazil that were being seen by hundreds of thousands of people. Ungaro's specific claims about her relationship with the First Lady have not been independently verified. What has been verified by the New York Times and others is the biography that brought her into Trump's orbit in the first place, and the series of events that removed her from it. The two stories that converged on Thursday, Epstein and immigration, did so in the person of Amanda Ungaro. Whether the convergence is coincidence or something else is a question no one involved has answered. Or distracting from the distraction that was meant to distract from the distraction to the distraction. That's true, Achilles. That's a good point. I'm lost in the back and forths. I know. There's so many layers at this point to what's going on. I really can't blame you. But anyways, to go on to the other article that I had here, I do want to skip part of it because it does already cover part of what we talked about. But let's see. Here we go. In June, Ungaro alleged that 10 police officers, quote-unquote, stormed the home that she shared with her husband, a Brazilian doctor. The couple was arrested and charged with fraud tied to a cosmetic clinic after an anonymous tip, she said. Ungaro, who has no prior criminal record, told the outlet that she was placed in a cell with, quote-unquote, child murderers. Zampoli then allegedly wielded his influence as a member of Trump's orbit, reportedly reaching out to top officials at Immigration and Customs Enforcement to ask whether Ungaro could be transferred into ICE custody. According to the reporting from the New York Times, Ungaro claims her former partner used her immigration status as a means of control, and that she cycled through temporary visas, her most recent expiring in 2019. The two couples have a well-documented friendship over the years and even rang in the new year together at Mar-a-Lago in 2022. So yeah, the idea that there's no connection here whatsoever, it's literally one layer of separation that you need to take before you connect Melania directly with Epstein. But I'm sure, Melania, that you have no other connections to Epstein whatsoever. I'm sure there's nothing there. I mean, like, when it's one layer deep like that, maybe it's not the case. Maybe she really is, in fact, just had nothing to do with it and was just completely fucking ignorant about the whole thing. But it garners a lot of fucking suspicion when you only have to go one social relationship deep to directly connect those two together with each other. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Trump is a great president. Kent Hovind. Wow. What a great quote. Thank you, Kent. What a beautiful president he truly is. There is nobody better than a Trump. Anyways, the model who dined with the Trumps at Mar-a-Lago in the president's first administration and spent New Year's with them in 2022 said that she was then handcuffed and transferred to an immigration detention center in Miami, where she spent the whole day crying, she told El Pay. Inside, Ungaro described disturbing scenes, including an octogenarian handcuffed to a wheelchair and a woman who miscarried and was forced to wait an agonizingly long time for medical care. There was also, she said, numerous detainees with residency permits and a legal right to live in the United States. After 3.5 months, Ungaro said that she was transferred to Louisiana before being deported back to Brazil. Quote, "It was a hall with more than 120 people. The floor was wet. There was no windows. 4 days without seeing the sun. I came out infested with lice," she told the Spanish media outlet. When she finally returned to Brazil, which she had left at 13 to pursue modeling, Ungaro said that she had nothing except the prison uniform on her back. For his part, Zampoli has denied involvement in Ungaro's detention. DHS has also denied any interference from Zampoli. Now look, there's a chance that she is just taking the fact that a lot of Americans are outraged with ICE and their policies. She could be taking that for a ride and exaggerating her story here. That's a possibility. We don't know. There hasn't been anything confirmed yet. But I think if it was this fucking close of a connection that Melania felt the need to get out there and say something like this, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's quite telling. To me, at the very least, it's quite telling. Anyways, to continue on, my relationship with the biological mother of my son was very difficult. I stick around for my son because in Italy, normally you have a father and a mother, the Italian modeling agent told the Daily Beast. The Daily Beast has reached out to Ungaro for comment. Like Trump, Zampoli was a fixture of New York City nightlife throughout the 90s and was the modeling agent who discovered Melania Knauss, later introducing her to Trump. Sorry, I said Kraus earlier on. It's Knauss. Silly me. Later introducing her to Trump. The special envoy, who also sits on the Kennedy Board of Trustees, is credited with helping secure Melania's H-1B visa. So yeah, I mean, it's... Oh wait, there's not a lot left here. I can do the rest of that. Zampoli also doubled down on Melania's statement on Thursday in which the First Lady rejected suggestions that Epstein introduced her to Trump. I said, Melania, meet Donald, Donald, meet Melania. And then I left the table because I had 300 guests, he told the Daily Beast. Yeah, that's definitely not trying to get yourself out of shit. Oh, I just wasn't even really there all that much. I said, hey, nice to meet you. And then I just kind of went on about my day. I didn't really know what happened after that. Like, that's definitely not trying to fucking take minimal involvement in what's going on there whatsoever, right? Nah. Not at all. Zampoli has also been named several times in the millions of Epstein-related documents released by the Justice Department, though he has never been accused of criminal wrongdoing in connection to the late sex offender, who died by sewer slide, quote-unquote, in a Manhattan jail center in 2019. For me, Jeffrey Epstein was a financial partner of Victoria's Secret. I had to deal with him. We never get along. Thank God, he told the Daily Beast. But I had to have a very cordial relationship. This isn't the first time a member of the president's inner circle has faced accusations of using his deportation crackdowns for personal gain. In November, the mother of White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt's nephew was detained without warning while on her way to pick up her son from school, a move her lawyer alleged was targeted. So there we go. There's that article. So yeah, I think the idea that Melania had nothing whatsoever to do with Jeffrey Epstein, she only met him once or twice, that's all she ever really knew from the guy. Like, okay. I mean, it's kind of in a little bit of doubt at the moment, Melania, but whatever. Anyways, moving on to our next segment that we have here. This is a pretty prominent story right now. So, I'm sure most Americans, maybe even some people outside of America, are familiar with the warehouse fire that took place in Ontario, California. We will take a look at that. And, oh, Achilles put a link out there and then retracted the link. Uh-oh. Don't click that link, everybody. There's a virus. No, I'm just kidding. I hope not, because I was just about to click it. Oh, he reposted it in the side chat. Hold on. Let me take a look at this. What do we got here? What do we got here? Oh, wow. Huh. You know what, Achilles? I've got so many things already right now, but I'm going to take that link and I'm going to put it on my show roster for the next show, all right? I'm going to be doing another one this week at some point. I might not be doing 3 this week. I might be kind of tamping things down to 2 political shows a week. It really just depends on how my schedule shakes out here. I will definitely be doing some more neighborhood trash collection streams this week as well, though. So it's not like I'm not going to be having any content this week. I'll be putting stuff out. But yeah, I'll be sure to pack that in for my next show. Anyways, moving on to our next one here. We have the warehouse fire that occurred in Ontario, California. I looked high, low, left, right, and center for unadulterated footage of this without a bunch of fucking news commentary over top of it. We got the one looping about the dangers of that sport. Wow. I had no idea, dude. I had no idea it was that dangerous. Thank you for informing me about that, Achilles. That's definitely something I'll have to warn people about on the next show. I didn't realize that was such a dangerous sport. Anyways, let's take a look at this.
You know, we may not get paid enough to f***ing live, but these bitches dirt cheap. All you had to do was pay us enough to live. All you had to do was pay us enough to f***ing live. All you had to do was pay us enough to live. There goes your inventory.
And while I would read all this stuff, I have an accompanying article that has most of this information as well. But I just wanted to show the footage primarily associated with that. I'll now close that and read the article. So, what we know about arson suspect in Ontario warehouse fire. Ontario, California. Prosecutors on Friday revealed new details about an arson suspect and the massive fire that he is accused of starting at a sprawling warehouse in Ontario. Chamel Abdul Karim, Chamel Abdul Karim, a 29-year-old resident of Highland, was being held without bail after being booked on multiple felony counts, the Ontario Police Department said. Quote, investigators are aware of a video circulating on social media that may depict elements of the incident, police said in a statement. Detectives are actively reviewing and working to authenticate the footage as part of the ongoing investigation. Abdul Karim was taken into custody after a search warrant was served at his home, authorities said, adding that evidence collected at the time of his arrest was being analyzed as part of the investigation. In a phone call to one witness, in a phone call to one witness, the defendant compared himself to Luigi Mangione, U.S. Attorney Bill Esiadi said on a Friday morning news conference, referring to the murder suspect charged in the death of Brian Thompson, the CEO of the United States' biggest health insurer. Look, America is founded on free enterprise and capitalism. Anyone who attacks our values, our way of life, our system, which provides the best goods and services to the most people, we're going to come after aggressively. Now look, there's one important thing that I want to make clear about this, right? And that's that I do not view shit like this. Can you go to Dustin's neighborhood and pick up trash? It's a good idea, Big Bad Mama. Apparently I'm going to have to do that. I really hope that he went back. By the way, let the record state, I really fucking hope that Dustin goes back and cleans up that litter. That he went back and did that after that guy told him. You know? Like, I hope that that kind of, like, gave his head a little bit of a shake and was like, okay, yeah, that was kind of dumb. And I will say, he was pretty good-spirited about being confronted about it. I'll give him that much. But anyways, I wouldn't compare this to Luigi Mangione. And the reason why I wouldn't compare this to Luigi Mangione is because what happened with Brian Thompson was an extremely interpersonal thing. It was something that really only realistically put Brian Thompson in harm's way. Luigi only aimed at Brian. He only intended to hurt Brian. And I'm sure that this guy only intended to harm whatever corporation owns that warehouse. But the difference is that when you start a giant fire like that while other people are working, you're putting all of those people's lives in immediate danger. All of those people are in immediate danger directly after that. And let's face it, what happened directly after Brian Thompson died? The CEOs of the shareholders that were going to the meeting that he was chairing still went to the meeting. They still showed up. They still had their meeting. They still went about business as usual. They didn't even fucking cancel the meeting. They practically had to walk over his fucking corpse in order to get into the building. The difference between that and this is that while I appreciate the overall sentiment of we need to stick it to these mega corporations and hit them where it hurts, when you do that in a violent way that puts other people at large at risk, that's going way too far, dude. That's a bridge too far. And I can't support that kind of shit. I just can't. You know? These corporations, and make no mistake, right? I've heard all over the place from people more extreme than myself that, well, you know, give them this. That one event has prompted way more of a reaction from all these corporations than any one of those individual peaceful protests do. And while that's technically right, the point that I make to them is very similar to the point that I made last stream. And that's that when you do a peaceful protest, it can't just be a one-day affair to be effective. It's going to take more effort to be peaceful and to peaceably deal with these issues. But is that not worth it in exchange for not putting people's lives on the line the way that this guy did when he torched this fucking warehouse? Like, no King's Day. Like I said on the previous stream, awesome. I really support the idea of no King's Day, but it shouldn't be a day. It should be something that is continuous. The pressure should be continuously applied to these organizations in a non-violent way, because it's only when you demonstrate non-violently and are reprised violently in turn, unfortunately, do you see significant social change take place. When you take violence to them in a way that puts your own fellow man at risk, like this does, you're not benefiting and endearing yourself to those people's families, right? All of the people who you put at risk there are not going to suddenly fucking agree, and there's going to be a lot more families that are going to be affected by that than any of the people that were directly affected by Brian Thompson, per the fact that I just said that they continued with the fucking meeting. He could have worked elsewhere. This has nothing to do with Mangione's situation. Yeah, that is true. I mean, you could work elsewhere, but let's face it as well, though, Big Bad Mama. While I disagree with the idea that he shouldn't torch this warehouse, being paid an unlivable wage is something that a lot of people are forced to do, unfortunately. The idea that one just ought to get a better job and work elsewhere isn't something that a lot of people have access to. A lot of people reach a glass ceiling in their lives that are a lot lower than what you might expect they'd be capable of, and what they are actually capable of. But that glass ceiling is established either through their lack of advanced education or through some event that took place prior in their life that now haunts them for the rest of their lives and follows them, you know, that they may have done at an earlier point. There's a variety of things that can happen to somebody that can severely restrict their ability to be able to seek better employment. So I agree with the sentiment that the minimum wage in the United States needs to be increased massively. The idea that the minimum wage ought to stay the level that it is right now is beyond unsustainable. And I think that while I disagree with what he's doing here, the fact that it's gotten to the level that people are going to these extremes demonstrates something. It demonstrates that conditions on the ground in the United States of America have gotten so fucking severe that people are willing to go to this level of extremity, where they're willing to basically throw their lives away by actively filming themselves burning these places down because they are just so fucking fed up with what's going on. Plus, you're taking away the other employees' livelihoods. That's true as well, Big Bad Mama. And that's another reason why I disagree with this and why it shouldn't have been done this way. Right? The way that you do this shit is you organize a long-form strike and you make them come to the bargaining table. And then you negotiate better prices there. But unfortunately, I wouldn't be surprised if this warehouse that this guy is working for doesn't have a union. Because there are so many cases of union busting in the United States. It's so endemic to corporations within the United States that they will just snuff out any inkling of a union being formed. So often the bargaining power of these individuals is next to nothing whatsoever. So I agree that what this guy did was really fucking stupid, and it was really not the right way of going about things. But the sentiment of why he did it is something that people need to fucking pay attention to. I think that's something that everybody ought to agree on. If things are really getting this fucking bad, then how much worse can they get when all it takes is one individual to do this shit? unfortunately, I wouldn't be surprised if this inspires copycats that try to do the same thing. That try to do the same thing in their local warehouse. You know? And tragic as that may be, we need to recognize why they are doing that. And without that being a factor, I think that we are just kind of, I think we're taking out a massive part of the picture there. But anyways, the suspect's booking photo was released and his scheduled arraignment was postponed until Monday. He faces 10 years to life in prison if convicted as charged. Arson to me is a real head-scratcher, the district attorney said. I do not understand somebody who is suspected of arson does something where they get no value out of it, other than to displace people from their jobs, to ruin commerce, to get in the way of labor, to put people in physical harm. We want to be certain, at least for our residents, as sensitive as we are to arson in this country, particularly in Southern California, that these crimes are taken very, very serious. Now, I agree with all the things that were listed there. All of those things are true. They all need to be addressed, and they all are things that happened as a direct result of this guy doing this arson. But at the same time, you're missing the fact that the reason why he did it, as stated in the video, was because he wasn't being paid enough and he was fucking fed up with that. You know how you prevent, by definition, that from happening again? You pay your employees a little bit more. Because last I checked, paying your employees a little bit more costs a lot less than having to fucking go through insurance and pay much higher premiums for the rest of fucking at least this decade and probably the next one after that. Right? So even just from a business sense perspective, why don't we pay people more? Why isn't that a thing? As I stated before on my stream, one of the biggest justifications for not raising the minimum wage that has been given throughout my lifetime was, well, if we raise the minimum wage, then all the cost of all these goods are going to go through the roof and things are going to be unaffordable. Do you really want things to be unaffordable? Well, guess what? The minimum wage stayed stagnant. You guys got your way, and yet things are still fucking unaffordable. How did that work? Now nobody can afford a home. Now nobody can afford a fucking decent standard of living unless they either work their fucking ass off, already have grandfathered themselves in from a prior fucking agreement from a job that existed prior to this absolute shit show that we're currently living in, or have already retired and have seen themselves out of this shit show because they just so happen to miss the worst consequences of what's occurring right now. And I don't resent any of those people. I really don't. Those people are doing their own fucking thing as far as I'm concerned. The people that I resent are the ones that have made those wages stagnant. The people that have made the ability to make something of yourself in this society astronomically harder so that their lives can be made all that much more luxurious. Those are the fucking people that I have a problem with. And those are the people that you out there in the audience ought to have a problem with as well. Because it's not the boomers that fucking ruined your life, right? I've talked about this before on my show. You know, it's really easy to do the generational thing. Oh, you boomers fucked everything over for the rest of us. And while I would say that a good majority of them were pretty fucking complacent, they just really didn't raise much of an eyebrow whatsoever when wealth was stripped away, when opportunities were stripped away from their children and their children's children. Well, they definitely have some blame in that regard. They're not the primary holders of that blame. The primary holders of that blame are the politicians and the policymakers and the powers that be that shaped and molded the corporations that shaped and molded our society. to be structured in a way that you need to go into debt via credit in order to secure anything of substance. You want to buy a house? You need to have a credit score. You want to buy a car? You need to have a credit score. You want to do all manner of different activities within society, you need to have a credit score. And in order to have a good credit score, what do you need to do? You need to go into debt. And you need to carry a certain amount of debt over every single month in order to make sure that you build your credit, but not too much, just enough so that the credit card company milks you for everything that you're worth. That's how you build up a good credit score, by giving Visa and MasterCard and American Express and PayPal, all of these fucking credit card providers, just give them all this fucking money. And in exchange for that, you might just have an opportunity at having a house. You know? That kind of fucking shit is what I blame for the current state of affairs being what they are right now. Because let's face it, were people burning down warehouses en masse in your day and age, Big Bad Mom? Maybe they were. Maybe they were. Maybe this was a common thing. But I really don't think that this cost of living thing was as much of a problem back in your times. And I'm not blaming you for that. I just emphasize that. I'm blaming those that didn't raise an eyebrow, that didn't stand up against those things. Because I know that you are somebody that did. Thankfully, anybody that takes the time to just even recognize this system for what it is and not just put their head in the sand and pretend like everything is perfect and everything is fine and this system that we're living in is a-okay because at least I'm not being super fucked over by it. Those are the people that I have the real ire with as far as complacency is concerned, as far as apathy is concerned. Anyways, let us move on to our next segment that we have here. I believe that this is probably, let me just double check this real quick. My schedule, yeah, today is, in fact, the day that I'm going to be going and hanging out with my friend in about 40 minutes. So I'm going to be wrapping up right away here. Thank you very much to everybody that's been watching today. I really appreciate it. If you haven't already dropped a like on the stream, I would really appreciate it if you did so. Oi, Phantom. Good to see you, my friend. Always nice to see you. But yeah, just so everybody knows, I'm going to be wrapping up fairly soon. Anyways, on to our next segment. If it will let me. Here we go. All right.
So there's some major news coming out of the Trump administration that you might have missed in the wake of all the other crazy news. The Trump administration is gutting the U.S. Forest Service. They are shutting down research stations and they are forcing relocations of staff and their family. And it's really impacting Northern California. It's a nationwide reorganization, but in Northern California, we are seeing the closure of offices in Anderson, Fort Bragg, Mount Shasta, and other places. And there's a big relocation to Salt Lake City, Utah. So we know how this ends. This is not about efficiency. This is about politics and favoring certain industries over the public interest. And they tried it the last Trump administration with BLM trying to move its headquarters and hundreds of employees and their families to Grand Junction, Colorado. It was such a disaster. Only 3 showed up at their request. And so the Biden administration had to come in and redo the whole plan, basically cancel it and go back to the way it was. So we are likely to see that again. And this doesn't just happen in a normal time. We are still dealing with all the damage of DOGE coming in and gutting and hollowing out our federal public land management agencies, including the Forest Service. We are heading into fire season at a time when the Trump administration is also reorganizing firefighting at the Forest Service and other agencies, creating a new firefighting agency. So with all this chaos, as we're heading into what should be a really difficult fire season, we're all concerned about that. This Forest Service has done 38% less preventive fire resilience work than previous administrations. So I just want you to know that we are on top of this. I am gravely concerned about this reorganization, about how the consolidation of firefighting will work, about the...
And this is where my cynicism kind of comes into play. And it's like, okay, you know what? If you guys are capable of actually reorganizing this later to be effective once again down the line, when you're capable of doing so, then fine, I will believe you when you say that you're really concerned about this and you want to make a change about it. But unfortunately, there's just so many aspects of the Republicans and Democrats that are so similar to each other that I can't help but be suspicious and go, well, maybe he will, maybe he won't. You know? Give me just one moment. I'm going to keep letting this play while I go say hello to my beautiful fiance who just got home.
The ongoing damage from Doge and these terrible cuts to the people who protect our drinking water, our natural resources, our watersheds. And we are going to, as I head back to Washington this week, ask the hard questions and do the oversight work that I wish my Republican colleagues would join us in. But this is too important. There's too much at stake not to push back on this terribly damaging change at the Forest Service. Hey folks, there's some major news coming out of the Trump administration that you might have missed in the wake of all the other crazy news. The Trump administration is gutting the U.S. Forest Service.
All right, sorry, I just came back. Hey, everybody. But yeah, I wanted to play that first and foremost. That's from Rep. Huffman. The Congressman Jared Huffman. We'll see. Hopefully things can get restructured before too much fucking incredibly harmful damage is done to the United States forests. What little remains at this point that hasn't been already clear cut. Moving into the next article that we have here, we have illegal Forest Service overhaul risks causing chaos across U.S. public lands, union claims. The restructuring will close all regional offices, which manages 193 million acres of land, roughly the size of Texas. U.S. public lands will pay the price of a drive by Donald Trump's officials to restructure the agency that oversees them, union leaders have warned, accusing the administration of forcing workers to decide whether to relocate or resign. All regional offices of the United States Forest Service, which manages 78 million hectares or 193 million acres of land, are set to close as part of an overhaul launched by the Trump administration. The service has already shed hundreds of staff members since Trump returned to power last year. The latest restructuring, announced on the 30th of March, includes a move to relocate the agency's headquarters from Washington, D.C. to Salt Lake City, Utah. The consolidation of 57 research facilities into a single site in Colorado, and the closure of regional offices across the country in favor of 15 politically appointed state directors. So here we go. Yet again, we have the what was one of the signs of fascist overreach within society that we talked about in one of the episodes that I dedicated to talking about the rise of fascism within societies? Oh, right. It was the politicization of all institutions within a government. It's taking any institution within the government that was nonpartisan, that was just trying to serve a role to help protect the country at large, and making it political. To the point where I've unironically seen both people in America and to a smaller, thankfully, extent in Canada, be bewildered when they're told through something like a survey that they're talking to somebody that represents the government, but they're talking to a branch of that government that isn't directly affiliated with any political organization. They can't believe it. They cannot understand that. They cannot wrap their head around the idea that there are institutions that exist within their society that are meant solely to just benefit their society rather than serve one fucking political agenda or the other. It's insanity. It's rank fucking insanity. That is how hyper-politicized our fucking current day and age has gotten. Even the fucking United States Forest Service is getting politicized, guys. How is this not an exact fucking analog to fascist overreach? Somebody tell me, I'd love to know. Quote, Trump's moves are illegal because this kind of activity was explicitly prohibited in the fiscal year 2026 appropriations, said Steve Lenkart, executive director of the National Federation of Federal Employees, or NFFE, which represents 20,000 workers at the service. Quote, the Republican Congress is allowing the White House to break the law and violate the Constitution without so much as a peep from our big, brave, so-called freedom-seeking Republicans. They won't even uphold their own oaths to support and defend the Constitution from tyranny. Lenkart and his allies point to a section of the fiscal year 2026 budget that stipulates funding for the agency cannot be put towards a reprogramming that relocates an office or employees or reorganizes or renames offices, programs, or activities. The U.S. Forest Service and the U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA, which oversees the service, did not comment on the allegation of illegality. Yeah, of course they didn't fucking comment on the allegation of illegality, because what would they be able to say except, yeah, this is literally a direct violation of what we were supposed to do. Direct overreach of the laws that are supposed to govern the fucking power of, the fucking executive branch of a government. Definitely not also an example of fucking fascist overreach. Not at all. Not at all. But you get fucking idiots out there like Andrew Wilson, who I just recently started dipping my toe just a little bit into clips of his, as far as the stuff that he'll talk about. And he'll lament on his show. He's like, these people will they don't just want to compare Trump to somebody that's bad. That's not enough for them. They need to compare him to a very specific ideology that existed in a very specific period of time. That's the most ridiculous possible thing to do. When on this show, I have demonstrated at least, bare minimum, the charitable number I would give is 12 separate examples that are direct comparisons of fascist overreach that occurred in the 1930s, 1940s, and in Italy, 1920s. And they're analog to the present day. It's not like I spent a shitload of time doing that on a number of different occasions. No. But these people, literally all that they can operate on is this smug derision of other people. Howdy, howdy. You know what, Christian? That's definitely your version of hey, hey, people. Your version is definitely howdy, howdy, people. Christian Pike, I'm going to ask you a question. Fine, sir. Did you like this stream? Because I'd appreciate it if you dropped a like on this stream, the same way that I would appreciate it if any of you fine folk out there dropped a like on this here particular live stream. Anyways, let me continue forward here with this article. The U.S. Forest Service, U.S. Department of Agriculture, right. The NFFE has condemned the restructuring plan. Quote, the Trump administration cannot dress up a mass workforce disruption as common sense management, said Randy Irwin, its national president. Uprooting their careers and blowing up the structure that they work within is not a reform. It is chaos. And the American public and our public lands will pay the price. Stephen Gutierrez, a former U.S. Forest Service firefighter and a business representative at the Federation, said that the plan didn't feel like a reorganization. Quote, this is more than a reorganization, he said. For many employees, it feels like relocate or resign. The union was informed of the changes less than 30 minutes before the news was made public, according to Gutierrez. They're going to take these folks that are typically in rural areas out of the country and move them into the city, which kind of doesn't make a lot of sense, he said. Yeah, no shit. Let's take everybody from the United States Forest Service and shove them into the cities. Like, that isn't the definition of idiocracy. What the hell are they thinking? Genuinely. What is the thought process? I really want to know. What motivates people to go, yeah, that's definitely the best usage of our resource. Oh, wait, I know what the thought process is. It was what was described earlier. It's to defang the United States Forest Service, completely fucking make them useless and defunct as an organization, the same way that Trump did with the EPA, so that there is no fucking resistance on the national level when they come for what's left of America's natural landscapes. When it comes for what's left of America's natural resources that haven't already been exploited due to the fact that America as a nation came to the understanding in the early 1900s via the national park system, amongst other things, that, hey, maybe we shouldn't just deforest and strip mine and fucking just exploit every aspect of the landscape around us. Maybe we should leave some of this beautiful, pristine stuff that has been given to us for future generations to enjoy and appreciate. But no, that sentiment has increasingly gone out the window in the modern context. Fewer and fewer people seem to care. And you know what? For as much as it was made a joke earlier in the stream, to hear that Dustin fucking littered, a guy that takes such pride in accountability, takes such pride in, oh, I'm my own man and I pulled myself up by my bootstraps and I did all these things. That's great, Dustin. I'm glad that you're doing all that stuff. But you know what you need to do? You need to be worried about things that are outside of your immediate focus. You need to worry about the environment around you. Because if you don't, and you endlessly operate on the idea that, oh, I littered there and somebody else is going to pick it up. That's what every litterer thinks in the back of their mind. I've said this on many of my trash streams. While I'm picking up garbage around the neighborhood, picking up after other people's fucking neglect, what are they thinking when they throw that shit on the ground? Oh, somebody else is going to take care of it. Somebody else will deal with it. I don't have to deal with it. Well, you know what the reality of the situation is, Dustin? 99.9% of everybody who walks by that garbage has the exact same thought in their mind. Somebody else will deal with it. Somebody else will take care of it. And it never gets dealt with. You know how I know that? Because I had to watch over the course of me living in this neighborhood over the past it's going on 4 years at the very end of this term that we're in right now. It'll be going on 4 years that we've lived in this neighborhood. And we've had to watch as it's gotten increasingly filled up with litter and garbage and just nonsense that's been left behind by people who endlessly assume that somebody else is going to take care of it. You know, people have commented on my streams while I've done garbage cleanup. Wow, this really doesn't make Canada look good. Wow, this really isn't a great advertisement for Canada. You know what's not a great advertisement for? The aspect of the human condition that says that other guy will deal with it. That's what it's not a great advertisement for. Because there are so many people in this society that think that it's not their job. It's not their problem. And yet they want to reap all of the benefits that nature has for them. They want to go out and they want to go on a nice hike. Or they want to look at a beautiful vista. Or they want to go on a bike ride. They want to reap the benefits that nature provides for them by, you know, giving them a planet that allows them to fucking breathe through oxygenating the thing. And just fuck it, right? Who cares? That's somebody else's problem. That's what this is on a national level. On a national level. And you know what that mentality also takes the form of? This tired fucking line that I hear from so many people where it's like, oh yeah, what about the amount of pollution China creates? What about the amount that India creates? Literally just putting all the responsibility off on somebody else. It's the exact same fucking way of thinking that I just described earlier, just on a national level. Oh, somebody else will pick up the slack. Therefore, I don't have to worry about it. Fuck that, and fuck you for thinking that selfishly, is what I have to say as far as that's concerned. Have some goddamn respect and concern for something that's beyond your immediate attention. It's beyond your immediate focus. Because if you don't, this entire fucking planet is going to fall to ruin around you. And what are you going to do at the very end of it? Oh, I wish somebody would have done something about it. I wish somebody would have told me that the planet was going to go to hell in a handbasket. Oh, why didn't somebody do something? Well, you could have. Maybe not a lot, but more than nothing. That's all that's fucking asked of you, is to at least attempt. Make a fucking attempt to do better. Not just by yourself, but by others and by the planet at large as well. Because you owe it. Not only to yourself, but to the very planet that you live on and depend on a daily fucking basis. The U.S. Forest Service conducts research into making better safety equipment, improving wood, paper, and pulp products, and improving fire safety. This work will be at risk if workers at the agency are forced to resign, Gutierrez said. Quote, you don't strengthen the Forest Service by pushing experienced public servants out the door, he argued. Oh, we got somebody popping into the room. Hello, Achilles. Welcome back.
I came in to relax you and say it's gonna be okay. No, it's not. We're not gonna fix this, but I think you need a minute.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
I actually, when I jumped in, there's this delay, and when I jumped in, you were like cool and like reading, and I'm like, okay, wait, wrong stream. It was like 30 seconds ago, he was like banging on his desk like this. Like, I gotta relax that guy.
No, I'm a bit better now. I just, man, what is it? What is it in people? What is it in people that makes them unable? Like, I don't have time to do that. Yes, you do. Yes, you do have time to do that. You do have time to go to the fucking garbage bin and put your garbage in the bin. It has literally never been easier in human history to deal with your waste than right now. But there's always these excuses, man.
Right. I love the one you said that, oh, what about India? Like, they're the ones polluting the planet. What about China? China. And yeah, the thing is that we as a Western civilization, we're actually pushing them all our stuff, like all our supposedly recycled stuff.
Right.
And I'm not saying they're treating it better, and I'm not saying that China gives a shit. No, I'm not. All right? But don't pretend that we are. And because they don't, then we get the right to not.
Right. It's just a shirking of responsibility.
Right. We're all guilty of this. Like,
and keep in mind that a whole bunch of those fucking factories that exist in China, a whole bunch of those factories that exist in India that are producing all these products, who's the companies that are running those factories? Which country is the one that's in charge of all those fucking corporations that run all those fucking places? Right. Who owns Nestle that exploits all these fucking children in the third world and enslaves them on fucking cacao plantations and shit like that? It's people in the West. And yet, that part of the fucking equation is just totally forgotten about when we just go, well, what about all the pollution they cause? Well, yeah, because we wouldn't be able to have the standard of living that we have right now, unfortunately, if it weren't for the fact that we're exploiting those people as heavily as we are right now. And you know what? In a world that endlessly relies on this idea of just growth, number go up, what happens when we run out of places to industrialize? Because it's already happening in China and India. Those places are starting to near the end of their industrialization, where they're going to be able to start to be way more on their own feet and way more dependent or independent when it comes to being able to exploit their resources. So we're going to move on to other places and exploit those. Guess what? There's a finite amount of space on this planet to exploit, guys. And there's going to come a day and age where there's not going to be a part of the global south that we can take advantage of. And then all of a sudden, we're going to be the ones that are going to have to be self-sufficient. we're going to be the ones that are going to have to be self-reliant. And the fact that there has been no effort whatsoever that's been put towards that, because, oh no, the windmills are horrible, they're gonna kill us, so we can't have nuclear reactors, they're gonna kill us, they're horrible. Any alternatives that can be presented to help prevent our reliance on these finite resources are just quashed. And for what? For short-term fucking gain.
And you know what, Aiden? I think we are far beyond the tipping point. I know it sounds hopeless, but I was in the US in 2005, and it was the year that Bush said that we're not going to sign the Kyoto Agreement that started from Japan, and it was 20 years ago, right? With an attempt to reduce carbon emissions. All other countries signed it, but the one that mattered didn't. So I remember that when I came back from the US and I showed my girlfriend the camera that I had with me and I was like recording stuff, she got very annoyed by the fact that instead of being like Californicated, I was recording how many trucks Americans have. And I was going down the highway and it was like an 8-lane highway, which for a Greek, it's not an easy thing to swallow.
I know, me either.
And it was on traffic hour going to LA from where I was. It was like 8 lanes from full of trucks. And I'm like, oh, we're fucked. Oh, it's like, okay, now I know, because I had like hope, you know, and that was 20 years ago. And since then, I don't see those billionaires doing anything for it, anything, like no one. I mean, I wish I saw one. I saw Elon Musk, instead of throwing money to make the flamethrower, right? Just say,
oh,
I'm gonna clean the beach.
I will say one, the guy that, what's his name? He, I covered that the other day. He is a billionaire, but he ended up investing in a whole bunch of money to help, it was like Northern Carolina forests or something like that. He like put them on protection. And don't get me wrong, was that almost certainly for like a whole bunch of press and to make himself like look like a big philanthropist and stuff like that? Sure, absolutely. But you know what? More of that, please.
Yeah.
Can we get more billionaires doing that? I don't really care if it also involves them getting a bunch of praise from people. I don't care. More of that. Let's do more of that.
I'll take the selfies. Can we just start it?
Right. But that's just the thing. You say it's hopeless, and you know what? You could call it youthful naivete, but I think that while things are definitely at a point where no matter what, we're going to be living in a different world 50 years from now than the one that we're living in right now. Very, very different world. I don't even know if it's necessarily going to take that long. But the severity of that world that we live in can still be dictated. It still can be affected. Let's face it. If we really did start taking action to do things, would it prevent any kind of climate catastrophe? No. I mean, we're in the middle of a catastrophe right now, the Holocene mass extinction event. So it's inevitable. But we can lessen the effects of what's happening, and we can make this world more livable than it will be if we just don't do anything. So that's why I don't give in to despair. That's why I don't give in to hopelessness.
Oh, wait, I get that, but just so you know, I'm not in despair. For me, I realized that it ain't gonna get any better. And then I started realizing, I went through the despair. But then I started realizing that was the plan all along, because this is a fallen world and it is run by money, and the money, the root of all evil is the love for money. And that is like the moving, it's the norm behind everything. It's like the moving force behind everything. So even if you see exclusions or come on, what's the word?
Exceptions.
Exceptions. Thank you. Yeah. Even if you see exceptions, like the river of the law for money is so stronger.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I agree. I will say that one of the segments that I have prepared for my next show here, because I don't have too much longer to be here, but I will just touch upon it briefly and say that the next segment that I have for my show is going to deal with the fact that one of the big talking points that you and Big Bad Mama and a few other people had when we were having our discussion about space exploration was that it's another tool of these mega corporations to make a whole bunch of money, right? Yep. But while you may take the opinion that all of it's fake, yeah, that all of it's fake, that all of it's an illusion, when I have to ask people like Big Bad Mama who agree with me that it is actually happening is, right, well, what about missions like the Pioneer probes or Cassini or Juno, or even the one that was just recently launched, Europa Clipper, which is going to go to the moon of Jupiter, Europa.
Yeah, the thing is that I didn't start by considering them fake. I started by considering them real as everybody else. But then I started looking into every specific mission, and there's something of each time. I'll give you an example real quick. The Juno mission. The job, the plan was to make it circle around Jupiter 10 times, but before its batteries run dry, they would make a remote orbital insertion for it to burn into the atmosphere of Jupiter, and it doesn't create any problems or become space junk.
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't hit one of the Jovian moons.
Right. And I was like, oh man, that's good, man. Bravo. I mean, good job. Yeah. Okay. What about that orbital insertion? So they started talking about how we're gonna control this from here to make it precise, because every fraction of a degree, like how many times have you heard that before? In an orbital insertion, every fraction of a degree matters.
It does.
One fraction off, and you will either wander into space or burn in the atmosphere, right? How many times have you heard that?
Yeah, I've heard that, yeah.
All right, so I then put some math down about the distance with Jupiter and how much it takes for one of our commands to that craft to reach it.
Mm-hmm.
So when the craft receives a command, it then needs to send back confirmation of that command so it doesn't make a mistake. And then we respond to that with, yes, that was correct. And then it proceeds in doing that.
It's like several hours, is it not?
Yeah, it takes 45 minutes for one change. And you're telling me that you can control that from here when it's rushing into the biggest
can I tell you how?
Gravitational pull of the whole solar system next to the sun.
Can I tell you how?
Oh, yes, please. But then what surprised me the most is, like, a couple of years later, we started getting new pictures. It's like, wait, what happened to the orbital insertion thing? And they said they canceled it. So it's still there, supposedly, taking pictures, the whole batteries thing. We no longer talk about it. So it's little stuff like that. Or if you go right now and type in Wikipedia Saturn, you're going to get a picture that is wow of Saturn. Like, it's so beautiful. You can see, like...
Oh, yeah, you're talking about the one that was taken by Cassini.
Right. Yeah. And you see at the little rock that goes through the ring, and it's like, wow, mind-blowing. And then you're like, wait a minute, that's 8 fucking K. What was the camera on the Cassini and the Voyager? And when you look at the computer that it had, which was like 4K memory, some stuff just don't add up.
So
it's Wikipedia that says we got that picture from that craft. It's not me.
The image that you're talking about for Cassini.
Images.
Let me
Right.
make sure that we're talking about the same one. Let me pull
It's
that
not
up.
just one though, right?
Well, here. I mean, we can look at multiple of them if you want, but
Just go to Wikipedia.
yeah,
Go
no,
watch
I think I
right.
know the one that you're referring to offhand, though, because it's probably one of the most famous images of Saturn of all time.
Plus, it's the only way we know that it has a hexagon on its North Pole. If we didn't have those crafts, I think it was the Cassini or the Voyager.
Yeah, it was
Right.
Voyager 2 that discovered the hexagonal ring, North Pole of Saturn, which, by the way, has been recreated in lab experiments on Earth. We know how to create the conditions that create.
That's
the
interesting.
hexagon.
I didn't know that. That's interesting. I would love to know how we managed to get a hexagon like working and spinning.
It's just really cool fluid dynamics. That's what it is. Like it's extremely interesting. But think about it this way: why do you think it is that bees build hexagons with their hives? They build hexagons out of their hives because a hexagon is an extremely strong shape.
Yeah.
And a hexagonal formation like that is going to be caused due to the fact that the wind speeds experienced on Saturn are way higher than even the wind speeds you see on Jupiter. It's the reason why when you look at an image of Saturn, and here I'll pull up a different one actually.
You can't see anything on the surface.
Yeah, it's unlike Jupiter, which has very distinctive belts that you can tell a lot of differentiation from. Here, I'll pull this one up. With Saturn, and I'll zoom in a little bit here.
We're not.
You can't really see.
Oh, wait.
You can't really see much of anything as far as any differentiation.
Yeah, but if you download the image, it is very zoomable. Like it's very high quality. So you can try zooming where you are.
Let me try to find one that's. Okay, see you, babe. Love you. Love you too. Bye. Drive safe. Sorry. Let me try to find a higher quality one then. And by the way, the one that I know that there's a super high quality one, but you do remember though that upscaling does exist, right? Like you can't.
Yeah, but upscaling takes 1 pixel and creates what it supposes it would have around it. Therefore, it's no longer real. But they're not saying it's upscaled. But even if it is, it makes it fake. I'm just saying, right?
I wouldn't say that it's inherently fake, because when you take an upscaled image, now if you use like an algorithm, like certain ones that exist in order to like interpolate some of that stuff, that can be the case. But especially if you have resolutions that are even, like for example, 1080p and 4K are exactly scalable to one another, right? You're going to be able to get, I think it's 4 times 1080p is 4K.
Yeah.
So you're able to interpolate that image without really much of any software whatsoever. It's just giving you more pixels to be able to work within that image. But anyways, when it comes to this one right here, which is a bit higher quality, maybe not the most high quality, but it's the best I could get offhand. Saturn is just like, it's essentially a giant blender. That's why it has such a lack of differentiation when it comes to those things, to the banding, and why the hexagon exists the way that it does on its northern pole is because of the fluid dynamics that exist in Saturn's atmosphere.
Okay,
But-
this is not this is way far from our subject, and I'm sorry we went way already from what you were talking about. One thing I just want to say is that the stronger the winds are, you're saying that that would create by itself a hexagon? Because to my understanding, there is another force at play here, which I don't know what it is. It could be magnetic forces, it could be something else, I don't know what it is, but not just the wind, the strength of the wind. Because Uranus, by the way, that's how you should pronounce that planet, Uranus, okay? Because others are like having issues with that.
Yeah.
And you're gonna read them in the chat right now. There's a lot of winds in Uranus. The winds are strong from time to time, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. And the reason why you don't see one on Uranus is because the atmosphere of Uranus is made up of different materials than the atmosphere of Saturn.
But a hexagon?
Right. It's hexagon? Yeah, because it comes from different vortices. It's from deeper, small seeded vortices. And like I said, they've literally recreated it on Earth.
If you ever come across that, please send me the link. I would love to read the article, how they recreated it. Because I imagine like some other force, like let's say there is iron in the atmosphere. Like iron could ever be evaporized, which I don't believe it can. And then you had some magnetic force in the core of the...
you're like metallic hydrogen is thought to make up the majority of why. And actually, Saturn's magnetic field is notably much, much weaker than Jupiter's. And the reasoning for that is because while Jupiter's core is very outside of alignment, Saturn's magnetic field seems to be in near alignment with its core. So that's why, in spite of the fact that Saturn has a much larger magnetic field than the Earth, it's actually slightly weaker than the Earth's in terms of its strength. So there's a lot of different factors that can cause these planets to behave very different, in spite of the fact that they can be quite similar in other regards.
Yeah, no, it's mind-blowing how different those two bodies are.
Right, and isn't it a beautiful thing that we as a species endeavored to go and explore those things, not because it was going to profit a corporation, not because it was going to make somebody on Earth richer, but because, God damn it, that thing's out there, and we need to know what it's made of, and we need to know why it's made out of that, and we need to know what the things around it are made. Like, that aspect of the human condition is something that I love about our species very deeply.
I was there, Aiden. I was right there 20 years ago, and even 10 years ago, I was right there. Then I started doubting some stuff, so I started looking into them, and some stuff just don't add up. And that's where this came from. Like, it's not like one day I was like, you know what, I think they're lying to me. That's it. So, by the way, I thought so too, and I wouldn't have bought this telescope that cost me 10 grand if I didn't believe in it, if I didn't believe that I can, do something with it.
Right.
I still can, but
you can look at Jupiter with your own eyes. You can look at the Jovian system.
Which I'm gonna tell people here, this is when you're gonna fall in love with astronomy. If you go to a friend's house that has a telescope and you look at this body, Saturn, and you just look at it through the lens, it's gonna blow your mind, and you're gonna do as I did. You're gonna wait, and you're gonna start collecting the money so you can zoom in even closer. Because that's what a university professor did for us in physics. Instead of doing a normal class, he brought in his telescope, not in the class, he was outside. And we all went outside. It was a 6-inch, not a 14-inch like this beast right here. And when I saw Jupiter with my own eyes, I'm sorry, Saturn, the rings. When you see that with your own eyes, blows your mind. Yeah. And I waited for, I don't know, 10, 8 years or something, so I could buy it. Because that's the thing, if you care for astral nebulas, the nebulae, then you can deal with a small telescope, because the smaller the telescope is, the bigger the field of view that you have. So the more you can fit into the view.
Right.
But if you want to look at planets, the bigger the diameter, the closer you zoom in.
Right.
My telescope is completely useless for nebulas. It zooms so far in the nebula that you miss all the beauty.
Mm.
But if you want to go for the nebulas, then the money is on what kind of telescope you buy. There are different lenses. Smaller doesn't mean cheaper.
No, depending on what you're looking at, it's going to be definitely up to, like you said, what particular kind you're looking at, where you are in the world. Because where you are in the world, like Mark Reed, is going to be able to have access to a completely different sky.
Mark Reed can only look at hell. Nothing else.
Well, like there's stars like Canopus is a really beautiful star. I've always seen so many photos of Canopus, and I'm like, wow, I'd really love to look at that with the telescope. But in the northern hemisphere, Canopus sits really, really low on the plane of our atmosphere, whereas Mark would see Canopus for the majority of the entire night because it drifts across his sky for almost the entirety of the night. It's just, it would be amazing to go to the southern hemisphere and do some astronomy there, because there's a totally different world to go and check out as far as stars are concerned. But
which can be explained with the FD theory too.
Oh yeah? How's that? Uh-oh. Achilles got censored. Achilles got censored by the internet. He's back.
The minute I said the word, right? So it can be explained by just going further out. And let's not go there.
Yeah, I was about to say. But one of the things that I will say, though, just in a more general sense about, I don't know what's going on there.
Okay, every time I put the link in the private chat and I press enter, I lose connection.
Oh, I don't know. That's no good.
Okay, so my link was my favorite star from the northern hemisphere, which is Albireo, which is a double star. It looks like one star from us, but if you zoom in, it's one blue and one yellow, and they're gravitationally linked together.
Wasn't there a test for soldiers in the ancient world as far as their accuracy to be able to determine? That might be a different binary star, but I remember that there was a test for archers as far as if you were able to see that those two stars were separate rather than one, then you were allowed to be
with naked eye.
Yeah, there's one. Hold on, let me look at this.
If that's the case, we are talking about a completely different sky, because right now we can't. I don't know what we've done with this place.
I mean, you have to go pretty far out of the city to be able to see the sky anywhere close.
Yeah, I know.
So the most famous, widely documented ancient eye test using a binary star system involved the stars Mizar and Alcor in the Big Dipper, Ursa Major constellation. This test was used by various cultures, including Arab, Persian, and Roman civilizations, to assess visual acuity, often for specialized roles like archery or scouting. Second star from the end of the handle of the Big Dipper. Ancient observers, particularly Bedonius and Arabian astronomers, referred to the pair as the horse and the rider. The test required the observer to distinguish Alcor, the rider, from the brighter Mizar, the horse.
Okay, wow.
So I wasn't just completely talking out of my ass. Okay, good.
Yeah, but at least it's not Albireo, because Albireo looks like one star to us, and that would blow my mind if archers of the time could tell that it's a binary star. Wow.
All I'll say in regards to some of these space exploration things is, like, when it comes to other countries that aren't even America, like the Soviet Union, which, pretty famously not very pro-corporation as far as countries go.
Because it's a big corporation, though, I don't want people to think that, it's one big corpo.
I mean, maybe no, I'm not getting into that. anyways,
so many dead ends around.
I know. No, we can't talk about it. I just don't want to get too sidetracked. But why would they have so many failed missions going to somewhere like Venus with their Venera program to the point where
wasn't
it took
failed.
like 8 of their probes to actually get any kind of data out of the Venusian surface?
Let me go turn my food off because it's gonna burn. I've already left.
Yeah, no problem. No, go ahead.
But I can smell it up here, so that means that's not it.
No, you're good. I'll just say while you're doing that for the chat that if you look up the Venera program, the Soviets tried a number of times to land a probe on the surface of Venus and get data from it, mainly photographs. And they did eventually succeed in doing that, but it took several of their probes. And one of them literally got there, got a bunch of data from the Venusian surface, but wasn't able to get photos because the fucking lens cap didn't pop off of the camera.
Yeah.
Like some propaganda that is, you know.
In Russia, we don't go moon. The moon comes to us.
And it's just like, if this is all just a bunch of bullshit propaganda to try and like my country better than your country, then there's no way that you would ever release that information.
By the way, the one thing that at the time, back in 2015, I was seeing that theory, the FE theory, being shown to me by thumbnails. Like, hey, you want to watch this? I'm like, I'm not gonna watch that. I don't believe in that stuff. But then it kept being out there, and I was like, you know what? Just so I can be able to refute it, let me check it out. So it blew my mind. The rational arguments blew my mind. So I started trying to find every evidence and proof that I could to disprove it. And something happened real bad. I looked at the landing footage on Titan, which happened in the 1970s.
No, that happened in 2005.
The Titan probe?
Yeah, that was the Huygens. That was
Huygens.
Yeah, that was
okay.
2005.
Okay, 2005. So if you look that up, it's on YouTube or on the internet, and you don't think that's fake, I don't know what to say, dude. I mean, it's clearly like it's a cartoon. It's 100% a cartoon. And
Okay, so like, you say that for that.
It was my smoking gun. It was
dude,
my
dude.
Yeah.
Come on, I've also seen the landing footage that you're talking about, and you say that it looks like a cartoon, but then you realize that the atmosphere of Titan is nothing like any atmosphere that we have on Earth, and it's going to make everything on the surface look completely different. You also look
I'm not talking about the surface. I'm talking about the craft that we see.
Yeah, here, I'll pull it up.
I'll
pull it up. Huygens landing footage.
Once you fall in the rabbit hole, Aiden, you see it everywhere. I just want you to let it know. Just like Alice. Like, it's all about not falling in the rabbit hole.
All right, here we go. This is from NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Let's pull it up.
Which I'm proud to say I've rejected an offer to work for them. Just want to throw that out there.
Well, I'm extremely jealous. Anyways.
You can cut the music. You can cut the music. I mean,
yeah, hold on. If I could get to the freaking volume.
Where's the audio? Yeah, right? You can't. Wow.
Thanks. There we go. Now I've got it.
Can mute it up. Okay.
But I got to pull it up on YouTube now. All right. I could have muted the tab. You're right. My bad. But anyways, yeah. Let's take a look.
Where is the one that I remember also? Wait.
So this is the footage of it descending downward. Which, by the way, half of the data transmitted to Huygens was actually lost because Huygens was transmitting on 2 different radio channels, and due to a ground sequencing error on Earth, Cassini was only listening on one. That's not to say that that this therefore looks the way that it is, but it's just a fun fact that half of all the information we got from the only time we landed on one of the moons of Saturn was just lost due to an error on Earth. Which, once again, great propaganda for NASA right there.
By the way, it got announced 5 days ago or something. A 6 billion cut in funding of NASA.
Yeah, I need to pull that for my next show. I saw that as well. Isn't that fantastic?
Which to me just explains why now, Aiden, in my perspective, why just right now we had to prove that we're doing something, because we got to admit it, that for a long time, yeah, like that wasn't fake. That transfer, and that's not CGI right here. See what I'm saying? For me, that was a bit of a smoking gun. It was like the click. Wait a minute.
I mean, like, yeah, it looks. I already told you from the very beginning that it's not going to look anything like what anything on Earth is going to look like. Yeah, it's super fucking hazy. Look at everything off in the distance there.
And not just hazy. Look at the parachute shadow as it's falling.
Yeah. And why
it is.
It's not even no, because the shadow isn't going to behave like one on Earth because they're under a shitload of sky right here, right? If you look at the atmosphere of Titan, the entire atmosphere of Titan extends almost twice the distance of the Kármán line, or what we consider to be the boundary of space on Earth, which isn't even the boundary of the atmosphere, keep in mind. That's just where we consider space to be. It's twice as thick on Titan in an environment that is far further from the sun.
Okay,
so when you have a giant blanket on a much dimmer environment, the shadow isn't going to look right.
Okay, so tell me something.
Like it does on Earth.
Tell me something. From the way you see this picture right now, right here, where is the lens focused? Is it on the foreground or is it on the background?
It's on the, unfortunately, it's on the immediate foreground. If you look at the ground,
right,
immediately in front of it,
right,
it's much more detailed.
So, if you hit the left arrow 5 times and we go at the beginning of the video, that's not what we see. We see a perfect focus on the what we call the infinity, like out. It's fully out.
No, you can see even in the descent that the focus is definitely not uniform there. There's areas that are very, very out of focus on the
but in the center, it looks like it is an extra focal, like it's going out there, and then that's why we have the blare outside. But then we land, we are on the foreground. And then you get this, which is
that is definitely, that's an animation, obviously.
But you always get a lot of that stuff mixed in with the real stuff. And
no, I agree. And that I agree. Like, they should be more explicit in stating what is real and what isn't. I agree with you there. But I also agree that a lot of those animations, especially when it comes to like the probes in flight, you're not going to be able to get any actual footage of a probe in the midst of it being in flight. So you're going to have to animate that through CGI to some degree. Right, so there are certain sections.
Of course, because we had situations taking place where we could see the craft from outside and they said it wasn't CGI. And we were like, who's shooting this? Like the Apollo missions.
Oh my gosh, that's been so well refuted. Okay, if you're talking about Apollo 17.
No, I'm not talking about the landing. I'm not talking about the taking off. I'm talking about the footage that supposedly they see the Earth rising behind the moon, and they're like, "Hey, look at this! Oh, it's the sunrise! Oh, it's the Earthrise!" Oh, and like there's literally something recording the craft, but it's not.
Wait, so about Apollo 8? Hold on.
I think it was not 11. It was another one.
Yeah, Apollo 8 was the one that did the moonrise. Let's see here. Apollo 8, Earthrise in 4K. Let's take a look.
Oh.
Well, that's definitely not what I'm looking at whatsoever. That is definitely animation.
I stopped the share because we're not here. But I just had another weird moment. By the
No,
way,
you're all good.
It's been 3 days or 2 days that they've landed. 3?
Oh, the Artemis?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It should take them a long time to upload the pictures that they said, we have more, we're just bringing them home. I mean, I don't know what cable they're using. But
Wait, what do you mean? Which pictures?
We got 76 pictures of the travel, and we get like 200 of them being in the craft or them landing, all that stuff. We got like hundreds of those. But when it comes to the mission, we have 76. And I've been refreshing, and they're not becoming 77 yet. So it sure takes them longer to upload than it takes them to go.
Sorry, I'm just looking this up.
You can just type an Artemis 2 mission, and it takes you to the website, and you go click Artemis 2 multimedia, and you get all the pictures that you have. So many of them. Oof. 76. 20 of them being the moon.
I mean, yeah, the moon being photographed in a level of detail and at an angle that would be pretty fucking easy for people to be able to determine if it was just like AI or CGI or something like that. Like the moon is very, very well understood and well mapped at this point. So why would they have any of that at all?
Yeah, and there are some stuff like, although it is always facing us, there are some days that it is like a fraction to the left, and then there is the other, in the other part of the year, it is like a fraction to the right. So we have made a pretty accurate prediction of what we're like. There is just a 30% of the backside of the moon that we completely can't see. You see, you understand what I'm saying? There's like from the sides.
Yeah.
We have managed to figure out a big surface of the backside. But I wondered, I asked one of the water carriers of NASA, I said, why April 1st? Why April Fool's Day? And he said, they actually did that. The plan was for April 3rd, but then they realized that if they would manage to launch on April 1st, they would have that rare opportunity to have that eclipse from the rear side of the moon. And my first thought was, as a photographer and an astrophotographer, that's the freaking worst time to photograph the rear side of the moon. Because the sun is blinding you. It's like on the other side. You don't have such a flashlight to throw on the moon. We should have like done this when the moon is in the perfect alignment with the sun, so we can get a full-blown imagery of the backside forever.
I thought it also had something to do with like the insertion as well. Like they would have a better chance of being able to get back with a bit of extra delta V, which might be necessary if the insertion doesn't quite go as planned. Which, by the way, that's something I wanted to talk to you about as well. You were talking about the delay and how they were able to calculate things based off of that delay.
I'm not gonna apply this though to a landing here, because here.
Well, no, on the moon it's nearly instantaneous. It's like a second.
It's not, because if you see their communications, you see it's not. But mistakes have been made, Aiden, and they're cutting them off the streams. Because they took down the streams. You can't see them anymore. It was 250 hours, but they're no longer available to us. So there were some moments, and I think I have one too. So you see that you've seen this, like there is this communication distance. Like they speak and we wait for like 30 seconds and then we respond and they wait for 30 seconds. You've seen this like 10 times, right? Not just 10. But there was this one moment that happened, and here it is. So I'm gonna share again, which you can no longer find. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. Okay, I'm lost. I need to share first. Oh no, entire screen. I'm gonna also share audio for the next part if we get to share that. But tell me if you have echo when you speak. Give me a test. Once you share the screen, speak up.
Sure.
You have echo?
Yeah, no, I don't hear anything.
Okay. So the first thing.
Oh,
really...
here, hold on. Let me. You're not up on screen. Hold on. Let me pull you up.
And then tell me if you have echo.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so let me unshare and share without. See, we've become proficient doing this nowadays. Imagine how proficient they are. Okay, I think I've shared.
Let me double check. Yeah, here, let me. Okay, you're good to go.
Don't use headphones. No need. Hey, but if I'm not sharing audio, how can you hear that? We are here for the audio, so now I gotta unshare it, and just don't talk.
Yeah, no problem.
Until I unshare. All right.
Sure. No problem.
Because those moments that they take a delay are hundreds. I don't believe there is anybody out there that hasn't seen this on this mission. Like, all of them, every communication that took place had a delay. And the delay, if you math it down, it is bigger than talking to a reporter on the other side of the earth. It is bigger. And you can math it out and see exactly if that's the case. Because the radio waves, they have a very constant speed.
Now, how do we know that they're like, because people are responding at a slightly delayed pace does not inherently mean that they immediately heard that and then immediately responded, right?
Okay.
Like there can be a delay in when people hear something versus when they respond to hearing that.
Yeah, but it's long. Like I can show you, it's pretty long. Like, and you can see the reactions when they talk to the president. The president said,
"Oh, I saw that. Yeah, I covered that."
We're so proud of you.
Yeah, they did. Okay, if you want to talk about the minute-long dead air that they had there, they were just doing that to troll Donald.
No,
as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. Yeah, but you can see from their reactions on their hands, like they will thumb up or they will wave when you say hello, and that takes like a good 20 to 30 seconds. So there is a delay. And we, as a scientific community, would expect a delay like that.
There's also a delay when I talk on here versus when I see it on my YouTube live stream.
Right.
Like when you see when something actually occurs versus when it's streamed out to somebody else, there's naturally going to be some level of delay there, especially when it's going to somebody else, communicated to them, and then broadcast out to us for us to see.
Right. But let me then show you this weird moment. And
sure. Here,
now,
sure.
Now, don't speak for just a second.
Yeah.
I know it's hard for Aiden, but we can do this. We can pull this through.
You're not making it easy right now. I'll tell you that much.
I'll show you.
No, you're good. You're good. I knew this was going to be that moment.
He's gonna pick it up now and he's gonna speak. Wait, I just didn't know exactly where it is. Here.
Administrator Isaac, man, just get a quick comm check, make sure you guys are still on the line and we didn't have a handover. I am. Yes, I am.
Shut up, dude. Shut up. Shut up. Not you. These guys. Shut up. Look at the look, dude. Look at the look on their face. Just look at this. They're like,
all right, hold on. I've shared the audio just so I don't echo.
They're like, what a moron.
Here, I can actually unshare you. What am I talking about? This is my show. There we go. There we go. Now I can talk without echoing. Yeah, I mean, I saw this and I covered it on my show and it was fucking hilarious, but it was also widely covered and reported on. So, like, if this was like, oh no, we got to make sure we cover that up, they did a really poor job of it because everybody covered it.
It was live, Aiden. When you are actually live, you have a high confidence that you can do this better than what you did in the 70s. But it's not just technology that has changed. It's also our understanding. And they're trying to, we're playing catch up with them and they're playing catch up with us.
Well,
that was weird. That was weird.
I really don't find it weird. I think that they just gave him the cold shoulder. I think that he was trying to talk to them and he was trying to like give them like stuff to communicate with, and they just straight up just gave him the cold shoulder to the point where they were like, oh, I should probably say something, otherwise it's going to become pretty obvious that
yeah, but
I think about it, Mark Carney as well. When they were talking with Mark Carney, the Canadian Prime Minister, they were talking with him in real time. They were laughing at his jokes, you know, like they were doing that. They were doing that shit in real time. They just did it for Trump because Trump's an asshole.
No, if I've been watching all the mission, and because I'm looking for bloopers like that, and I have some. I'm gonna be on my next video, but I can show you one, but you're gonna have to.
Can we do it next stream? I'm sorry, but I did say that I was gonna go a little while ago, and I do.
I'm sorry, you're right. And if you want, let's do this on like a stream about this. Let's try to convince Achilles that they're not lying to him.
I mean, it depends on whether or not you want to be convinced. Like, and when I say want to be convinced, I mean, do you have an open mind to be able to be convinced? Otherwise, when it comes
very
to
hard to not have that in the past, and then started having it, and then lose it again. Like, I have an open mind. Like, I believe in all of them, and then I started doubting it, and they didn't help. Now, launching on April 1st, for me, it's like my latest video. I don't know if you checked it out. It's called April Fool's Year. And saying that the reason for that is so they can have an eclipse at the backside of the moon. My response, a scientific response, is that's the exact time when you postpone the mission. Because we're going there not for the selfies, but you have to at least notice that it looks like the selfies seem to have been more important.
But if that was the case, you just said yourself, though, they didn't have ideal lighting conditions to take those photos. So if it really was just about the selfies, then they wouldn't have done that then. I'm pretty sure that they did that because they didn't do that for any of the other Apollo missions, and they gathered data from being around the moon during that eclipse that they didn't have prior to that. So if anything, that's an endorsement of the fact that it wasn't just about selfies. There was
but they're showing, but they're showing on the live stream how there is this part of the moon which the Apollo missions never had access to. So this is what we want to look at. And I'm just saying, an eclipse is the worst time to do that.
Well, I gotta go, but thank you very much for taking all the time to be here, Achilles. This has been great.
I'm sorry, man, for taking over again.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm just glad that I was able to do this show and not overstay. I mean, thankfully, I was told that I've got a little bit of a delay in when I'm going to be going and hanging out, so this actually worked out fine. But anyways, you have a good one, and I will chat to you. I'm either going to be doing my next one on Tuesday or Thursday. It just depends on how my schedule is for this, but I'm definitely going to be doing some neighborhood collection streams as well. So thanks for being here, Achilles.
Thanks for having this show, man. See you next time.
Not a problem. Thank you to Skate17Q4C. Thank you, Spooky. Thank you, Christian. Phantom X11. Big Bad Mama. Claude Balls. Sandals. Thank you to Robin Webster. Thank you to Spooky Bed Hair. I might have already thanked you, but that's okay. You're spooky and you deserve it. Well, thank you to Steven Anderson. Thank you to Krista. Thank you to, I think there's at least one more. Yep, Beria Slack. And do we have any other? We have Proverbs Guys Ministries, who definitely isn't just Steven on a different account. Thank you, Proverbs Guys Ministries. Anybody else? Anyway, we also got Odine. Thank you very much, Odine, for being here. And with that being said, have a good one, everybody. Take care.
Have a great night, everybody.